Okay, we're recording now. Okay, welcome everyone to the November 16th, 2022 regular meeting of the San Francisco Elections Commission. I'm the President, Chris Jordanek. The time is now 6:05 and I call the meeting to order. This meeting is being held in person at City Hall, room 408, 1 Dr. Carlton B. Goodlett Place, San Francisco, California, as authorized by California Government Code Section 54953E and Mayor Breed's 45th supplement to her February 25th, 2022 emergency proclamation. It is possible that some members of the Elections Commission may attend this meeting remotely. In that event, those members will participate and vote by video. Members of the public may attend the meeting to observe and provide public comment at the physical meeting location listed above or online. Instructions for providing public comment are on the agenda. In addition to participating in real time, interested persons are encouraged to participate in this meeting by submitting public comment in writing by 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting to elections.commission@sfgov.org. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that this meeting is being held in person at City Hall, room 408. It is possible that some members of the Elections Commission may attend this meeting remotely. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone by calling 1-415-655-0001. Again, the phone number is 1-415-655-0001. Access code is 2484-871-0540. Again, 2484-871-0540, followed by the number sign and then press pound again to join as an attendee. You'll hear a beep when you're connected to the meeting. You'll automatically be muted in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand to be added to the public comment line. You'll then hear, "You have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls on you." The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. Ensure you're in a quiet location. Before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you're watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the system message says your line has been unmuted, it is your turn to speak. You're encouraged to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you'll have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, or 6 minutes if you're on the line with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you change your mind and withdraw yourself from the public comment line, press *3 again. You'll hear the system say you have lowered your hand. When a phone is not available, you can use your computer web browser. Make sure the participant's side panel is showing by clicking on the participant's icon. Make sure the participants panel is expanded on the side panel by pressing the small arrow indicator in the panel. You should see a list of panelists followed by a list of attendees. At the bottom of the list of attendees is a small button or icon that looks like a hand. Press the hand icon to raise your hand. You'll be unmuted when it is time for you to comment. When you're done with your comment, click the hand icon again to lower your hand. Once your 3 minutes have expired, staff will thank you and you will be muted. You will hear your line has been muted. Okay, commissioners, please make sure your microphones are unmuted so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting when your name is called. Okay, President Jordanek, I am here. Vice President Stone.
Present.
Commissioner Bernholtz.
Present.
Commissioner Dye.
Here.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley.
Here.
Commissioner Levolsi.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum with everyone present. Okay, let's continue item number 1. We're doing something new today. We passed a resolution at the last meeting in which we will state the land acknowledgement that we adopted. And our resolution that we passed at the last meeting says that a member of the commission will state it. So I think what we could do is allow each of the commissioners to say it at different meetings and kind of rotate. And I thought, Vice President Stone, you could be the first one to say the acknowledgement since you brought it through to the end. So Vice President Stone.
Yes, I'd be honored to. The San Francisco Elections Commission acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors and relatives of the Ramaytush community and affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples.
Okay, thank you. And also today is Native American Heritage Month, which I think is a nice coincidence there. Okay, so let's move on to item number 2, general public comment. Public comment on any issue within the Elections Commission's general jurisdiction that is not covered by another item on this agenda. Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I would like to speak today on the topic of our voting stickers. I feel our current sticker is uninspiring, poorly designed, and it doesn't represent our city as a leader in art and design. We know stickers are a big deal. Our own director of the Department of Elections, John Arntz, was quoted in SF Gate saying stickers are a big deal. The same article showed a survey of San Mateo voters who ranked it as their third highest priority in-person voting. The current design of our stickers does not reflect this importance and appears to not be very thoughtfully designed. You can see here none of the text is properly aligned or centered. Studies like this one from Yale University have shown that social pressure is a significant motivating factor in voter turnout. Posting a selfie with your sticker is one of the top ways we encourage our network to vote. Personally, I've felt discouraged from doing this because our sticker is ugly and embarrassing, and even Instagram has not made a filter that can fix it. San Francisco is widely recognized as one of the top cities for the arts. This assessment puts us at number 2 behind New York. 4% of art institutions and 5% of all art galleries in the United States are right here in San Francisco, and we should have a voting sticker that reflects this. Other major cities have seized the opportunity to create stickers that embody their character, like this one from New Orleans or this one from Las Vegas. I think we should do the same. I want to leave you with a story that you may have heard from the recent midterms. In Ulster County, New York, they had a contest to design the I Voted sticker, which was won overwhelmingly by this drawing of a demon spider. This design was so beloved that it actually increased voter turnout. Ulster County had record numbers for early voting and high turnout among young voters. I'm not saying this type of virality is easily replicated, but I have seen the lines when Haight Street Art Center releases a limited edition print. So you can't tell me it's good art and design does not motivate people. In conclusion, at a minimum, I think we should hire a professional graphic designer to fix the current I Voted sticker. To inspire voters, we should ask a well-respected local artist to design the stickers. And we should consider asking a different artist to design a new sticker every election to increase interest and encourage sharing as in a limited edition print. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move to the phone commenters. Looks like we have one person with their hand raised. So Lauren Girardin, I'm going to unmute you.
I'm not very hungry.
So you can speak now, Lauren.
Looks like she's muted.
Okay, just a second here.
I think it worked finally. That took a few tries. Thank you so much. This is Lauren Girardin, just speaking in my personal capacity. I wanted to enthusiastically second the previous commenters' comments about the stickers. I actually don't have anything to add, which, if you know me, is a little unusual, because they raised just so many wonderful points about the effectiveness of visually appealing stickers. And I did personally make fun of the voting sticker, actually on my Twitter account, for this election. I'm one of those people who puts the I voted sticker on my nose or on my forehead or on my hat and always posts a photo. And I do try to make it a little more subtle because it is a confusing and fairly ugly sticker. So yeah, anything that we can do to improve that would be absolutely fantastic. And I know there would be thousands and thousands of people who would be so very excited and would be spreading the word about the election just because that sticker was awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Girardin. Commissioner Bernholtz, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I want to thank both speakers for this issue and ask that we put it on an agenda sometime in the new year. I'd also like to ask Director Arntz if the department has ever held a contest to design a sticker. I know there are budget restraints. We might not be able to actually do anything more than a prize, but I think the participation in the contest is also itself a way to boost participation. This is something that when I joined the commission 5 years ago, artists came after me to ask for. So I'm delighted that this has finally come before the commission.
Okay, Director Arntz, did you want to answer that? Thank you, Commissioner Bernholtz.
What? No, we've never had a contest to select a new sticker design.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley?
I'd like to suggest that perhaps if you are going to consider this down the line, and it will be an agenda item, but that we consider working with the Art Commission on something like that, who might have a budget.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, any other public commenters? I don't see anyone with their hand raised, so let's move on to the next item, item number 3. Discussion and possible action on resolution on continuation of remote elections commission meetings. Okay, today we have our standard memo and draft resolution. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I motion that we approve or adopt the resolution as drafted.
A second.
Okay, any commissioner discussion? Seeing none, let's open it up to public comment on this item. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so let's do a roll call. President Jordanek, yes. Vice President Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bernholtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dye,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lavolsi.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, let's move on to item number 4. Approval of minutes of the previous meetings. Okay, so for this item, the minutes were not actually prepared in time, so we are going to skip this item. But Commissioner Hayden Crowley.
Yes, President Jordanek, I have a few questions in relation to that. At the last meeting, our commission secretary, did she resign or did she take a leave of absence?
She took a leave of absence.
Do we know for how long?
So I I have an idea. I don't want to say anything now because I'm not clear on the answer, but it's something that I'm in touch with our HR representative about.
Okay. The secretary position, it's a civil service position?
That I don't know.
So I'll ask our counsel.
Yeah, Deputy City Attorney Brad Rusty. I'm also not sure, but unfortunately, this item is about the minutes, and so I don't think we can have an extended discussion about the secretary under this item. But if you'd like to calendar that for a future meeting to have a discussion about the secretary.
Okay, I'm just concerned because I do think that it's affecting the process here, and I am concerned about a violation of the Sunshine Act where we have one person doing who is incompatible, who's has overlapping responsibilities here. The president is, I assume, taking minutes?
No, I'm not taking minutes right
So
now.
who's taking minutes?
Well, it's something that we'll have to decide. I think in the past, we kind of a commissioner volunteered to take it. But we have had very long periods of time in the past where we did not have a secretary. So it's not something that's, never happened before. But and it's a challenge. It takes time to hire a secretary. I was going to give a report on this during the commissioner's reports item. So,
Okay.
but I mean, we don't have a secretary right now, so we don't really have a choice.
So I need to, as a point of a request for information, I need to calendar my request to talk about this?
The discussion has to relate to an item that's been noticed on the agenda.
Okay.
So I don't know whether one of the other items potentially could touch on the secretary's availability or not, but just this particular item does not. So
Well, except for the fact that the secretary takes the minutes.
right, to the extent that
And
they're
does the video and puts all of this together, and it's a problem as far as I can see.
right.
And,
But what I was saying was if there is not an item on this agenda
Okay.
that would be under which this could be discussed, you could ask that it be put on the calendar for
okay,
next.
I'd like to ask that this be put on the calendar.
Okay.
Thank you, City Attorney.
May I just jump in for a quick second? Just one, not to counter, but just a little bit of context. Also, our minutes often are kind of delayed even when we do have the secretary, just so as context, so everyone knows. I think we're still catching up on some of ours too.
So I did notice that this is Commissioner Hagan Crowley speaking. I did notice two things today. When I checked the bylaws, it does appear to have some flexibility there, but in our sunshine information that I took today, the training said that the commissions are supposed to provide the minutes following every meeting within 10 days. So we are not in compliance.
Okay.
All right, anything else on this item? Okay, so let's take public comment. See on the phone here, I don't see anyone with their hand raised. And there's no one in the room. So I'll close public comment. And we will move on to agenda item number 5, redistricting process initiative. Discussion and possible action regarding the commission's potential recommendations with respect to the San Francisco redistricting process, including historical background and the proposed project plan. So I will turn this item over to Commissioners Dye and Lavolsi to
Thank you. And perhaps President Giordano, you could promote our 3 speakers, Nancy Wong, Rebecca Zatella, and Alejandra Gutierrez. While I'm giving a brief intro, there are a number of items in the packet regarding this, including the bios of our illustrious speakers who will join us shortly. But I will point you to the first item, which is an updated project plan, just to accurately show what we've covered since we started this initiative. And also the last item, which is a brief in tabular format, a comparison between the San Francisco RDTF, the Michigan ICRC, Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, and the Long Beach IRC, Independent Redistricting Commission. And with that, I'd like to introduce our speakers. I'm not going to go over their very impressive backgrounds, which you have as packet items if you want to read more. We are very fortunate tonight to have guests from Michigan joining us remotely. First is Nancy Wong, who is the executive director of Voters Not Politicians, who ran an incredible grassroots campaign to end gerrymandering in the state of Michigan. And I think that we saw the result of their fair maps in these midterms. And they are continuing to do good work. They passed another ballot measure to enforce voting rights So she will be joining us. And then also we have Rebecca Zatella, who served both as the past chair and the vice chair of that inaugural commission. And we will hear directly from the horse's mouth on how it was to be on that commission. And then finally, we have Alejandra Gutierrez, who was the chair of the Long Beach Independent Redistricting Commission. I had the privilege of training both the Michigan ICRC and the Long Beach IRC, so I'm pleased that they were willing to pay it forward and pay it back to San Francisco. So, so Nancy, Rebecca, and Alejandra, if you could share your video.
So a couple of things. Number one, I see Alejandra twice, and I want to make sure I promoted the right Alejandra.
Okay.
Can she confirm that
Yep.
she's...
There is Rebecca. I see Rebecca. And there's Alejandra. All right. And hopefully we'll have Nancy soon.
So,
Nancy was in the last person on the list.
okay, I'm going to promote her again.
President Giordano, point of order. Did I not have video last time? I mean, I know I didn't bring my personal computer and I've made it clear I'm not going to do that, but I thought that these monitors provided video, no? Okay, so we don't have access to video unless you bring your own personal computer?
You're on here.
Yeah, I was hoping to see our speakers.
Oh, we should be able to switch that to show our speakers.
If you want, you can also come sit over here. We can
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just kind of look through here.
Can we-
I
can
think
we
we
switch
did have
the
them on
camera?
last time over there.
I could call...
That's okay.
I could call media services.
Yeah, again, you know.
I think it's just a control there to switch the view.
I can turn this around if you want.
It's on there? I'll go back.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that Nancy is
We found Nancy.
I've tried making her a panelist multiple times, but it's not.
Not taking. Do we have too many people who are?
Can you ask her? So we're trying to sort out one of the three presenters is not. We're having troubles connecting her as a panelist. So
Can you connect her as a, promote her?
I mean, I've done that. Okay, now it's coming. Okay. So the way it works is we can choose one of the presenters to choose one of their cameras to be the presenter.
Okay, so let's start with Nancy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Is your
Yeah.
camera on?
It is, but let's see.
But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question, and if we get to see you, great. If not, we at least can see you can at least hear you. So, so Nancy, when Voters Not Politicians wrote the ballot initiative to adapt the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's model of independent redistricting for Michigan, what were the most important elements or principles that you sought to retain, since you made some changes? What did you want to retain, though?
You know, I think overarching principles were ultimate transparency and public participation. We wanted to make sure that the process was insulated from any sort of partisan or political manipulation, even any appearance of that. And so we went very far in making sure that every part of the process was transparent, that all voters could apply for the commission, that they could see how the applicants made it through the process. And then also, of course, that once the commission was seated and began to do its work, that people could see all of its decision making, could see the data upon which it was making its decisions, and also that the public had confidence in the fact that all decisions were a product of consensus. So I think transparency was key, consensus, and sort of the confidence that instills in people to see people working together, that was key. And then, of course, to make the process work and to make the map drawing, work, we made a very intentional decision to prioritize and order the criteria, the mapping criteria.
Great. Thank you. Alejandra, the city of Long Beach is a charter city, just like San Francisco. Unlike San Francisco, however, by passing Measure DD in 2018, Long Beach voters adapted many elements and principles from the CRC model. And it seems that your commission also adhered to the Fair Maps Act of 2019. In your opinion, what aspects were most important to ensuring fair maps?
Well, thank you everybody for having us today and asking for our input with this. When Measure Triple D was passed in 2018, we were really excited to see that, we would be introducing an independent redistricting commission to Long Beach. And I think the most important thing for us was that ranked criteria. I think it served as our guiding light whenever there was some confusion or disagreement, or when the community felt unheard, or when they were pitching certain lines or keeping certain things. There was for example, census blocks splitting was something that our residents brought up multiple times, but it was really great to have that rank criteria and always go to that to, make sure that we're doing this right and adhering to that to create a good map. I think the other thing that was really important too was the selection criteria of the commissioners. It was very clear that you couldn't have any affiliation to any elected official, couldn't be a city employee. It required that you were a registered voter, so you had some sense of the process. So I think that vetting, minimal vetting that happened at the beginning was important, and definitely allowed for a diverse pool of residents that, again, were as unbiased as possible when it came to doing this work.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alejandra. So much of the criticism of San Francisco's process stems from political appointments to the redistricting task force from vested interests. So Nancy, one area that Michigan deviated from the CRC model was with completely randomized selection, albeit from a demographically representative applicant pool. Can you share the reasoning and the methodology behind that?
Sure, that was really a product of necessity. So we went, before we drafted up our proposal, we went around the state and we were, doing town halls, really surveying voters about what they wanted to see in a commission and what would a commission look like that they could put their trust in. And one thing that became very, very clear, no matter who we talked with, was that there was no single officer or office that every voter trusted to have such important responsibility as to select members of our commission. So it really, we went back to kind of first principles of this is a voters commission, this is a people's commission, and there was not anyone that we could install in that place of a decision maker that people wouldn't perceive as political, and that wouldn't compromise people's kind of confidence in the commission itself. So given all that, we came up with, going back to basically a lottery of the willing. We made, our application process open, but we also had required the Secretary of State to also send out invitations to voters. And then there was a process by which, those two pools of people would kind of, be mixed up together, and then a semifinalist pool would be selected from all of them. And then the final pool would be selected from the semifinalists, but in a way that would not guarantee, but, assure that there would be the greatest chance of us having a commission that was actually demographically reflective of the state.
Great, thanks. So Rebecca, a criticism of random selection is that it's random. So what implications did that have for you when you applied, and what are your reflections on how it impacted the diversity and the function of the IRC?
Hi, so thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it didn't really impact me in terms of applying. I think that the selection process that was baked into the constitutional amendment in terms of ensuring a diverse population, ensuring that we had a balance of different ethnicities, different age groups, different male, female, that all worked really well. But the one thing that wasn't controlled for that became a challenge for the commission was educational level. Redistricting is something that typically would be done by people with a college degree, perhaps with a background in statistics or some sort of mathematics. And we ended up with a group of people, probably the majority of which whom did not have college degrees, did not have a background in mathematics or statistics or particularly strong reading skills or particularly strong, spatial relation skills. So it was a heavy lift for a lot of the people on the commission to do the work that we had been tasked to do. And then I think the commission kind of made it harder on themselves as well, because we made the decision not to allow the experts to draw the maps, but rather for us to do it ourselves. So there are some pretty significant challenges in terms of, reading ability, being able to understand the expert reports and the legal advice that we were being given. Just difficulty itself in drawing the maps, working with the software, manipulating shapes, and that created some pretty significant challenges for this commission.
Got it. And yet you still did a great job. Alejandra, Long Beach's outreach and selection process mirrored the California process in that it required outreach and began with some chosen by random selection and some who were elected by the randomly selected commissioners. All candidates, however, were vetted first by an impartial body against qualifying criteria. How did that work out in practice in terms of the diversity and function of your commission?
So the initial vetting was done by the Ethics Commission that also was established during the same election as Measure Triple D. It was Measure Triple C to create the Ethics Commission. So they had the same vetting process that our commission did, where they couldn't be affiliated to anybody that's elected, can't hold a position in the city. So there was some trust. The city voted for this commission, so they were tasked with just creating a subpool of eligible residents to be part of the commission. And I think the requirement to have one representative for every district in the city created an additional vetting pool. Like there was going to be some diversity of socioeconomic backgrounds because of the diversity. So I think that was a second, insurance of having a diverse commission. There was nothing that required, higher degrees. And I second that. That is important. It became really clear that we were, lucky, as it was random, that everybody on our commission did hold a degree. And so even if it wasn't in anything that pertained to the work that we were doing, a degree can guarantee to some extent some critical thinking, some ability to analyze data. And so that definitely helped our commission. I think when it came to the selection of the 4 additional members of our commission, we definitely took things like that into consideration. We looked to fill gaps. So we were asked to share what we do in our, in our life, professional life and skills that we bring to the effort. And then when we had all of that information, we looked at those applicants with a lens of where do we fill in some gaps? And so we did take in people that maybe had a really big connection to, political science, or we had urban planners. We had, just trying to maybe an age representation that we needed, a different, more diverse, if we wanted to diversify a little bit more. So we looked at it like with a DEI lens, so diversity, diversity was really, really important because, I mean, Long Beach is an extremely diverse city. So we really wanted to create a commission that reflected the population. So, and again, I second that some education is really, really important. And we were just lucky enough to have it.
So as I recall, the vetting criteria were the same as the California level, which required analytical skills, relevant analytical skills. So I think all of you were vetted for that.
Sure, but I mean, it was done through, I guess, our blurb that we submitted. So if we shared that, I don't know that there was like a real litmus test for what that was. So, but yes, that was probably how that was gathered.
Yeah, the state level, we had to write essays and
Right,
reviewed and
right.
all that. But yes, it's certainly based on your own representation. Great. So Nancy, one innovation adopted by Michigan was the rank criteria. However, you elevated communities of interest in the ranking, whereas in California, this was included the same level as neighborhoods. Why did you elevate communities of interest?
Well, communities of interest, we elevated that above a lot of things, right? Including partisan fairness, including compactness and, historical political lines. And that really came out of the history of Michigan. So we knew that in Michigan, what the politicians had been doing was using a lot of these other things in order to gerrymander. And we wanted to go back to the very core of what representational democracy should be, which is people who live in communities should be able to vote together and get a representative to represent their interests. And so we wanted, again, the whole process was about public input, people serving on the commission. And we wanted people's testimony and where they lived and who they were to be the core, right? To be at the core of the whole map drawing process. Other things like neighborhoods, again, those might be, I think we thought that those were would be subsumed within the concept of communities of interest. They could be neighborhoods, they could be counties, they could be whatever, the people would testify as to what they should be.
Right.
And that's kind of where we were. And we also defined communities of interest very broadly. Again, for the same reason that communities of interest whatever they are this time, they could change over time, and they're expected to. And it would be ultimately the people who came to testify who would kind of determine and provide the evidence of what those communities were.
Thanks, Nancy. Yeah, at California level, we definitely had trouble because it was the same level as political geography, like city boundaries and neighborhood boundaries and county boundaries. So Rebecca, do you think having rank criteria was helpful in the line drawing process? Please share an example or two of how rank criteria played out when you were making trade-offs.
Yeah, I actually think it was essential. I think it would have been very, very difficult to draw maps without having the ranked criteria because it prioritized for us what was most important. We received 30,000 comments from the public, and, everybody wants something different. And, it was very easy, especially between like Voting Rights Act and community of interest. You'd have someone submit a community of interest. We have people advocating to fold that into a map, but it's going to disrupt our voting rights compliance. Literally everyone would be like, hey, Voting Rights Act is number one. We've got to do that. Or equal population is number one. That has to take priority. So it really did make it easier for the commissioners to, come up with cohesive maps and prioritize comments in a way that was fair to the public, because we could very easily say, you're asking for this criteria, but it's below this other criteria. So I think it was essential.
Great, thanks. And Alejandra, Long Beach also had some slightly different rules regarding preserving neighborhoods and communities of interest. Please provide an example of how this helped or hindered your line drawing process.
Yeah, we definitely looked at neighborhoods in Long Beach, and I think it's I have some familiarity with the city of San Francisco, and I think we share that our neighborhoods have an identity, have a community. They're very much they define, they have shared interests. They're very defined, and so I think it was good to have a neighborhood clause in our ranking. It also, a bigger picture, helped with, I think, correcting some systemic inequities such as redlining. And so that was something that definitely, I think, was top of mind when we were looking at our historically Black neighborhoods in central Long Beach, where we had to make really difficult decisions because it happens to be also a very densely populated area of our city, and also where a lot of our Cambodian diaspora found their home. And so for those of you that don't know, the push for an independent redistricting commission was also something that was driven by Common Cause, and also our Cambodian community was very supportive of it. And so coming into that, knowing that they were a community of interest that we wanted to make sure that we did right by, but we didn't want to do it at the expense of our historically Black population that also resides in these neighborhoods. So it really helped to create discourse between these groups and find, and we found that the rank criteria helped us make sure that we were doing right by everybody. And that neighborhood clause definitely helped us with, again, our Black population who has been in the same neighborhood historically because of redlining practices in our city. So it was really important for us.
Sounds very familiar, actually. Okay, great. Alejandro, I'm going to stay with you. What was the voting threshold required to pass a final map? What was your actual final vote? And please comment on efforts to achieve consensus.
So I'm very proud of this. We have a supermajority requirement, 9 out of 13 commissioners, and the map was approved by a unanimous decision, which, as the chair, I had my doubts that would happen. But when it did, I mean, it was a beautiful moment, and I don't want to be overly sentimental, but it was great because we were all working so hard. And I think part of the reason that we did get consensus is because we really worked so diligently and were never strayed from the rank criteria. So it was easy for that final project to be like, we all had that reassurance that this is the best it can be. It hits all the criteria. We're not violating any of our requirements. We did right by the people. We listened to everybody. We even at one point at the end, one of our draft maps, we even vaguely bargained with a couple of really loud communities who really were upset about one of our decisions. And we even offered, like, if you could talk amongst yourselves and give us, some input, we'll definitely consider that, because it is within the realm of possibility. And again, at the end of the day, when everybody was a little upset in the audience, I felt like we were good, right? There shouldn't be a clear winner when it comes to this.
Nobody's happy at the end.
Everybody has to give a little. And so I think that was definitely helpful to get that unanimous decision, to be very open, very clear, very strict to criteria, and just, again, push ourselves to think beyond our district, because that, it's very easy to do that when you feel like you're representing your district, because that's how you started. At least the first 9, you represent your district. But as we went through the process, just being very clear about, we're doing this for the city as a whole. We're doing this to help everybody. This is really important. It's going to be set for 10 years. So just keeping the goal in mind really helped us. And we also early on developed our own vision statement. We had a retreat. It was obviously public, but we did some work and we were like, okay, what are we trying to do here? And we all agreed and committed that we were going to do right by everybody, and we're going to do the best that we can to make a really fair map. And so just keeping it going back to that really helped us stay really
focused on the goals.
Yeah. And we, again, I don't think even every commissioner was totally like, oh, everybody's like, oh, we could have done this a little bit better. But, we all gave a little, and we created a good map.
That's fabulous. Congratulations on the unanimous decision. So
you.
Rebecca, same question for you. What was the voting threshold required to pass a final map? What were your final votes? And please comment on any advantages or challenges to achieving the required special majority.
So we had a pretty complicated voting process because we had multiple tiers that a map could pass by. The first one was what we called the 2-2-2, which is we had 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats, and 5 independents on the panel. And we would have to have a majority and then 2 from each group to pass a map. So seven votes in favor out of the 13, and then 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and 2 independents in order to pass a map. We did end up having our maps passed using that 2-2-2 rule, but our fallback rule was a rule that if we could not get the 2-2-2, we then would have each commissioner select a plan that they wanted to vote for. That plan would then be ranked by all the other commissioners, and then there was a point tabulation that allowed the highest ranking map that had support from at least one other side. So maybe an independent submits the map. If there's at least 2 of the Democrats who support that same map, then that map, if it had the highest enough points, could actually be enacted. So it was a little complicated. And then if that didn't work, out of that pool of maps that we were ranked voting, it would be a random selection by the Secretary of State. So we had these like backup procedures, which actually turned out to be very useful because we had 2 commissioners who were just not going to vote for any map that the group of commissioners had drawn. They made that very clear. And then we had another 2 commissioners who were from the same political party who were trying to use that as leverage to advocate for changes that 9 of the other commissioners did not agree with and did not think were appropriate for the voters of Michigan. And because we had that backup procedure, we were able to say, well, if we're not going to get 2-2-2, then we'll just go to step 2. And that caused them to come back to the table and be a little bit more reasonable in agreeing to changes. So I definitely think having some sort of alternative mechanism to push maps through, whether it just deviates down to random selection at the end or whatever the case may be, was very helpful for us because it helped to break those deadlocks that we were in with other commissioners.
And so what was the actual final vote? Was it
So for our district, our U.S. Congressional House was 8-5. Our state Senate was 9-4. And then our state House was 11-2.
Okay, great. So definitely more than a majority, which is only what we managed to achieve this last time.
Yeah.
So Alejandra, do you know what happens if your commission is deadlocked? Obviously, you were not deadlocked. You had a unanimous decision. But if it had been deadlocked or had missed a deadline, what happens?
All I know, because we didn't get to that point, is that our charter states that the Superior Court will decide, but I don't know what that process would look like.
Okay, glad you didn't have to go there. That we had a similar thing in California, and there was no way we were going to let it get to judges. All right,
Yes.
anyone, any one of you should feel free to comment. What kind of critical transparencies protections do you think San Francisco should consider?
Well, one thing I think we were adamant about is that there should be no private conversations between the commissioners themselves or about redistricting business or between any member of the commission and any member of the public, any public interest, special interest group, anything like that. Again, drawing from our history and the whole problem of gerrymandering, which is that it was done behind closed doors. You didn't know who was in the room or who was making decisions. I mean, we knew after the fact who was making those decisions because the League of Women Voters brought suit against the Republican Party over our last maps. But, it's that whole idea of politicians using their power to manipulate district lines, right? So we wanted to do exactly the opposite, which is this is a people's commission. It serves the people. It should only be doing business out in the open. And it had to, at the end of the whole process, explain in a detailed report why, all of its justifications for adopting the maps that it did and provide all of the raw data that went into drawing those maps so that any of their work product would be replicable. So again, I think that goes a lot to the integrity of the process, not having any backroom deals or conversations, and also goes into making sure that the commission held the public trust.
Great. Thanks, Nancy. Alejandra, Rebecca, anything else that you want to add?
Yeah, so I would add that although I know Nancy says we weren't supposed to have conversations between commissioners, I think our commission was very true to not interacting with the public outside of a public meeting. But I think in terms of discussions between commissioners, there certainly was much of that happening. And that was based on an interpretation from our council that we could have those conversations as long as we did not have a quorum of commissioners present. So there was a lot of discussions between commissioners about what we were doing, and there were lots of emails. So one of the things I advocated for, and I did actually get everybody else to agree, is we ended up releasing all of our emails at the end of the process, because that was something I felt that at a minimum, we don't have documentation of all these conversations. However, we do have documentation of emails between commissioners or experts where we were discussing maps, and I felt very strongly that that should be public, and it should have always been public.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be making people do FOIA requests to get it. And so the commission did agree to that, and we did do like a bulk download of all of that information that was out there so that it's available to the public and people can look at it and analyze it.
Great. Yeah, we had a kind of three's a crowd rule on our commission. So, Alejandra, anything else to add? Don't feel obligated.
It's great to hear that happened. We didn't think to do that, but we did advocate for not having any outside conversations. Everything was very public. We were also told by our legal counsel that just you could communicate, but just don't have a quorum. But we really discouraged it. It was part of our visioning that we did. If there was something that needed to be communicated, everybody would submit to the clerk so that there was public record of what it is that they wanted to discuss. We also made sure that if you were sought after, because that started happening, reporters, different organizations, political organizations in the community wanted to contact us. And so we adopted a standing agenda item where everybody had to disclose who reached out, what happened, what was that interaction. So we were very transparent about that as well. Another thing that I would recommend for any commission is having a go-to sheet of like registered lobbyists, staff members for all of the council people, anybody that can comment by proxy, because that was something that was very, very present in the Long Beach redistricting effort. It was something that I had to, on my own, familiarize myself with, and I hope that the commissioners also did the same, making sure that I knew who was speaking, because there was multiple times where there was definitely chiefs of staff and other people participating through public comment, and that was something that was really difficult. And we also included that in our final report, that we really would like to see just like picture and name and all the staff, to make sure that you're aware of who's giving that information. And I really encourage live line drawing. That was something that we also incorporated in Long Beach pretty quickly. The initial process was going to be us giving suggestions to our demographer and then coming back with the draft map. One that took so much time because we had to keep our maps up for a good amount of time for people to review and prepare comments. And so it delayed the process, and it also created suspicion of backdoor drawing, right? Because the public couldn't see it happening. So we definitely stopped. Well, I stopped that pretty quickly when I saw what it was causing, the distrust. And so we adopted live line drawing. And so that was really, really, really important, because the public saw that every decision was being made in front of them.
Great. Thanks very much. And then last question for you, Alejandra. Your commission had non-voting alternates selected at the beginning of the process. What role did they play? Under what circumstances would an alternate replace a commissioner? And do you think alternates are a good idea?
I think alternates are a fantastic idea. They definitely helped even if they weren't voting members, they brought so much to the discussion and to the creation of these maps. One of them is an urban city planner, so very, very critical skill set. Another is an attorney who offers free legal aid to Long Beach residents, so she knows a lot of the community, is familiar with a lot of those folks, and so their perspective, their voice was very critical. Even again, if they didn't have a vote before we did make that final vote, we did go to them like, give us your input. We want to hear it. You were with us from day one, and it's important to hear what you have to say. So they felt very included in the process. And that also was something that I think if anybody couldn't exercise the duties, which is one of the reasons someone would be released from the commission, or if they were negligent, if they were not, fulfilling criteria, if they violated the restrictions on that commissioner role, then I would, as the chair, select one of the two at random. And I know for a fact that if we got to that place, again, grateful we didn't, that either one could hit the floor running and it would not be a problem. And they also participated in our team building visioning. So like everybody was very cohesive, and everybody, like, it would have been a really smooth transition and kept us on track for our goal.
Yeah, that would have really saved us when the public wanted us to remove members. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Livolsi, who will be our MC for any Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this information. It's very helpful. I have a couple questions that I'd like to ask. Either of you can answer this question. Was there a draft map deadline, and were you successful in adhering to it? Was it challenging? What was the process?
Yeah, the Michigan Commission blew through our deadlines, but that was as a result of the census delay. We did not get the data until 4 months after when we anticipated it. And we actually brought a court case before the Supreme Court to ask the Michigan Supreme Court to allow us to extend the deadlines. They chose not to do that. They treated it as not a ruling that they needed to make. But yes, we did not hit our planned deadlines. However, we did get the maps done in a timely manner so that they could actually be used in the current election cycle that we're in right now.
So Long Beach did reach its deadlines, and in the document that you should have received with a quick view, you should have a link to ours. It was very complicated, but it allowed for, again, the dictated time for the public to review and comment. Like I said, the initial process that we were going, again, inaugural pandemic, all the things. So what we in theory thought would work didn't work in practice in that first meeting. And so when we shifted and made it so that we would do live line drawing, we had to add on an additional meeting, but we budgeted for that with the time that we had after getting census information late as well. So we were able to meet all of our deadlines, but it did require that we add on a couple of additional public, hearings for the maps, but we made our deadlines, and I encourage everybody to look at that document because it's much more detailed.
Thank you. My other question is, was there a stipend that was offered to commissioners as part of your duties?
Yes, so Long Beach received a $200 stipend for every hearing that we had. So that was approved by the city council maybe a month into our work. I can't remember that for sure. One thing to say about that is that I was in the chair capacity, and so the vice chair and I, we had to have our agenda setting meetings and just nothing that was actual business, but just taking care of logistics, and those meetings were not compensated. So it was just our actual, map drawing commission meetings that we were receive a $200 stipend for.
So the Michigan Commission did receive a salary. In the Constitution, it's set as being the minimum of 25% of the governor's salary. The commission actually increased that to 35% of the governor's salary. while we were in kind of the full-time active drawing phase. We have since reduced it back down to the minimum 25% of the governor's salary.
And that's at a state level, so there's a lot more work, multiple maps at a state level.
Right, that's helpful. My last question is, did you have staff that helped with this process as a commission?
Yeah, we Michigan hired a general counsel, an executive director, and a communications and outreach director. And then the communications and outreach director also had a few people underneath him at various times. It depended on how many people it was. And then the Secretary of State department was also supporting us as well from a technological perspective and just a meetings perspective. And arranging for us to have translators for all of our meetings. So we had a pretty significant team helping us out.
So Long Beach also had staff supporting our efforts, but it was city staff that was appointed to this commission. That brought a little bit of an issue once the map drawing happened and the workload increased, since they were also staffing other commissions. It also made it difficult to find, like I said, in order to meet these deadlines, we did have to add additional meetings, and that became difficult too because some of the staff wasn't available because they were staffing other meetings, and so sharing resources was difficult. Also, something that I'm going to be transparency is important, and I want best practices out there for everybody that follows. I think it's also problematic because the staff, we were lucky to have really dedicated staff that I feel like their intent was good. But at the end of the day, they were going to go back to reporting to city elected. And there were times where it was hard to decipher if they were really that busy or they were not working diligently. Right. So just to get rid of any of that, that would be great. And I would encourage other commissions to seek out staffing outside of the city, and also we didn't have control over our budget. That's another thing that was difficult. And the only thing that was outside of the city was outside legal counsel and our redistricting partners, our demographers that guided us through this. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from other commissioners?
Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your expertise, and this was at a request from the member of the public to share best practices and hear live from folks who worked on successful commissions. So thanks again for taking the time. I know it's very late for you in Michigan in particular. Well, I guess we'll let you go then.
All right. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, so we have an opportunity to have a little bit of discussion, and then we can open it up to public comment, or we could just go directly to public comment.
All I was going to say is that because Prop H appears to have passed, we will have a little time to be more thoughtful about this. So good news on that. So.
Vice President Stone?
Yes. Thank you. I thought this was really, really helpful. I did want to elevate one. I don't remember who said it. I would have to look back in my notes. May have been Alejandra. I don't recall, but the element of town halls I thought was really interesting in thinking about how to even determine the criteria of the selection for candidates. Actually, no, it must have been Nancy then. So I think that's something that we could consider now if we have additional time to engage the public, not so much asking folks to come here, but perhaps us having special meetings where we host town halls in communities themselves, perhaps in the districts themselves. Just some food for thought now that we have time. I think making sure we do have members of the public engaged in a way that is accessible is probably valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Request for information. And when you're talking about now that we have time, was there a deadline on this? I'm confused.
Only that, before Prop H passed, we were trying to kind of get this done before 2023 elections, but now that the elections have been pushed into 2024, we have a little extra time to.
Okay, because the redistricting doesn't occur until, okay. I
Yes,
just- so
but,
that was
you
a
know,
self-imposed deadline.
It's a
Okay.
self-imposed just because while it's fresh in everyone's mind, what happened this last redistricting cycle, and there's still engagement in the issue.
Okay, and it would
Thank you.
require a charter amendment, potentially.
Oh, Commissioner Crowley again, Hagan Crowley, just as a point of clarification, at the last meeting, I misspoke about what I believed was the requirement to get support from the Board of Supervisors, and I gave wrong information. I thought it was 9 supervisors out of 11, and in fact, it's just a majority, I believe. The city attorney can confirm that.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. It takes a majority of the board to place a charter amendment on the ballot for the voters' consideration.
Right. So that would be 6 supervisors that would have to vote on it for it to go to the voters. So it couldn't be passed at the board, but it would have to, they could agree to, at a majority, to go on the ballot. So I apologize for the miscommunication at the last meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Bernholtz, you've had your hand up for a few minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Cynthia and other commissioners who've made this happen. It's just an extraordinary amount of information. It's really been incredibly helpful. Thinking through the next few meetings, when we try to make some sense of this, just a suggestion, 2 suggestions, especially given our lack of a secretary at this point, the synthesis of the innumerable recommendations that have been made would be very helpful. And Cynthia, I see you nodding. You probably have that. I think it would be a good opportunity to think about, especially given Prop H, how can we set up 1 or 2 or more of our meetings where we'll dig into this in such a way that we make an extra effort to bring in community people to sift through the recommendations with us, add things that we may have missed or what have you. But in short, I wanted to just say thank you. This has been a graduate school education, and really, really appreciated, and done on a tremendous pace and timeline. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the plan will be to have some public hearings and to invite proposals from the public. But I think a synthesis of what we've heard, that is something that maybe I can work on. We can work on. Renita.
Yep.
Okay, also something I wanted to report, just because it's related to this topic. One of the more dramatic changes in redistricting that was adopted this past election was in Portland, Oregon, which was mentioned in one of the first meetings that we started discussing redistricting. They adopted, I think the current vote count is 58%. They passed their collection of charter amendments, and one of those is to use, I believe, 4 districts, each with 3 members elected proportionally, which kind of is sort of like, you know, it's an even more
Democratic.
well, Democratic. I was going to say maybe beyond the scope of what we've even discussed so far, but I just wanted to let people know if they want to research that online. Commissioner Hayden Crowley.
President Jurdenik, I just want to echo my appreciation for the information. Although I've only been present at 2 meetings, it's been very interesting and helpful, very thoughtful.
Agreed. So anyone else before we move on to public comment? Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Let's start with in the room. Yes, this is agenda item number 5, redistricting process initiative.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Fernando Marti. I'm with the Community Unity Coalition. As others have said, this education has been really fascinating, really great, and just want to thank you all for listening to so many comments, both from the past task forces, as we heard 2 sessions ago, from the clerk, from participants in this process, and now from the best practices. I think you're all getting kind of a sense of what those best practices are that we really need to be incorporating here. Randomized process, a firewall with elected members, conflict of interest, an outreach at Long Beach. They got 400 applicants and we could only get 30 applicants. Staff stipends. There's a lot there that pulled together, I think will create a process that will hopefully look very different in 10 years. Yes, I guess we have 9 years now. But this is still very present in voters' minds. Just today, the Chronicle put out an op-ed raising these questions again, saying, no, there was no gerrymandering, there's a back and forth. And whatever the truth of that is, it is the appearance, the trust that we need to keep with voters. And I think that is something that we really need to keep in mind. In these other processes, sure, people will complain, but that appearance that there were backroom deals, that there were calls being made, the appearance that happens by reversing a vote that was taken before by an 8+ majority and reversing that at 2:30 in the morning should not be the way that we do business and creates this sense that something is wrong. So again, thank you very much. I think you've laid out a process. We have, thanks to Prop H, we have till 2024, which means that we need to begin putting proposals out, putting them not just before the Board of Supervisors, but before the mayor as well. Ideally, this is something, nothing is a no-brainer, but ideally this is something that just makes sense as good government, and we can get a unanimous Board of Supervisors and mayor to put this before the voters in 2024. So thank you. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other commenters in the room, so we'll move to the phone. So it looks like one person has raised their hand. So I will request you unmute. You're free to comment now. Oh, it looks like they... So caller, we're going to try this one more time.
Hello, I think I'm unmuted now. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I unmuted a number of times. Please give me a few more seconds here. Something is the matter with your system. I also had a very hard time finding your number and had to call into this meeting tonight. It should have been easier. And I also missed the beginning of your meeting, so you might have discussed this issue. I want to tell you that tonight, the District 4 incumbent supervisor conceded the election by a few hundred votes. He lost, and it was had the redistricting not happened, or had happened what we think would have been in the appropriate and not unfixed manner, he would have won. Absolutely. It's the exact number of votes from the 3 precincts that were added. And it was added by one task force member of the Election Commission's choosing those districts, with very few other community, discussion to add those districts. And it turns out there's a deeper look or a deeper dive into this, that there were 4 task force members that had a lot of in common organizations, and I think fringe organizations that they're involved in, and a little more research on who was being chosen. 2 from the election committee, the Election Commission and 2 from the mayor would have revealed that, because I was able to find it very quickly. So we lost a wonderful supervisor in an important area, and another district also lost, we think due to the redistricting that happened. And then an organization came out just yesterday or 2 days ago saying the attack is on for 2 years from now on a redistricted area, and the supervisor, they're all the progressive supervisors. So I believe it was in how the task force members were appointed, and it was a fix. Not by you, I believe you're innocent bystanders, the commission, but something was definitely awry, and it was not just the appearance of. That's what I'll say. I'll end up writing something with more detail and even names, so you can look these things up. And you can read articles in the paper about it. So I hope you'll look into, yes, the fact that only 30 people applied. I didn't know that there was an application, or that there was a period. The word didn't get out about that. So there's a lot of areas that were not working in this redistricting, and will change the face of San Francisco forever.
Okay, that's the time. So thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next commenter. This is Ms. Girardin.
Hi, this is Lauren Girardin, this time speaking for the League of Women Voters of San Francisco. Just continued deep, relentless appreciation for this process that you are doing, how thoughtful it is, how broad and deep it is at the same time, and all of the different parts of this that you are discussing. I really like the idea of having in-community conversations. Those conversations did not happen in our redistricting process. There were no in-community meetings. They all happened at City Hall or remotely, even when it was possible to do those meetings for reasons. And so I think that's a really great thing to think about doing, given the lack of that process before. I think it'll send a very strong message to people who did feel that they had been left out of the process of redistricting. You know, I think their community outreach for those meetings will be key, and community outreach for redistricting was a major point of failure, despite the efforts of community organizations to kind of pick up the slack. And so if you do plan on doing those meetings, let's talk about a good community outreach plan for those meetings. I have a massive list I am happy to share with you that the League of Women Voters has put together. I'm sure there are lots of other organizations who would be so thrilled to do some community outreach for these meetings. But please do give them some time. We're under-resourced. The League is all volunteer. Many organizations are spread thin after 4 elections. In 2024, as the goal, I think it's a good one. The fire is hot. We do have time. I think it's enough time. Whether or not that is a decision we do ultimately make, that 2024 is the right time, I'm sure will depend on a number of factors, but I think we should keep it as the goal and then adjust when we need to, if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jordan. Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand up, so we will close public comment on this item. So commissioners, is there any other things people would like to say? Vice President Stone?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I appreciate all the public comment, and I do appreciate the idea of the community outreach and potentially collaborating with the League of Women Voters. And so I know Commissioner Volsi and Commissioner Dye are kind of spearheading some of this. So perhaps we can incorporate some of that collaboration into the next steps in terms of having conversations in community.
I was, with Commissioner Dye, I was thinking perhaps for our December meeting we've had like a lot of information. So I think everyone's been drinking from a fire hose, and as much as I've tried to reduce it to a table, there's a lot there. I'm wondering if we want to use a little bit of time in the December meeting just to kind of process and talk about next steps and a timetable.
Sounds good to me. Anybody else? Okay, then again, thank you, Commissioner Livolsi and Commissioner Dye. Keep up the good work. So let's move on to item number 6, Dominion Voting Systems Contract Extension. Discussion and possible action regarding the 2 one-year options to extend the City and County of San Francisco's contract with Dominion Voting Systems. Okay, so this item is basically in response to something that we as a commission learned at the last meeting, which is that the Board of Supervisors apparently no longer needs to approve the contract extension. And this is a piece of information that the commission had, we had different information for the 9 months prior to that. And it was a topic that was important to us. So I thought it would be worth us having a chance to basically discuss this as a group to, understand the reason this was done. And also, we can talk about whether we agree with the reasoning. So that's what this item is about. There were a number of documents attached to the packet. Basically, the original contract that was signed along with the resolution that the Board of Supervisors approved, and the budget and legislative analyst report, along with a memo I wrote, and also an email from Director Arntz that had some other information in it. So, and then the memo that I wrote has some of the history and also, my own understanding of the documents when I read them. So I thought what I would do is just kind of say very briefly, a couple points that sort of, from my perspective, and then we can talk to the Deputy City Attorney, Brad Russi, about it. But one of the points to me is that, first of all, when I read the plain language of the documents, it seemed pretty clear to me that the board did have to approve this extension. And this is also something that, we were told back in January and February. And it's also something that I had understood in my conversations with Director Arntz in the prior years. And, in addition to that, one of the things I wonder about is when Director Arntz presented the resolution to the board back in 2019, if Director Arntz himself had a different understanding of what that resolution meant, then how can we have expected the Board of Supervisors who approved the resolution back then and the public to, have a different understanding from what Director Arntz had? So I thought what we could do is, unless anyone wants to make a comment, we could maybe turn it over to Deputy City Attorney Russi to kind of explain the situation from the City Attorney's perspective.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Under Charter Section 9.118, the Board of Supervisors has approval authority over only certain contracts. If a contract does not meet one of the threshold requirements of Charter Section 9118, the board doesn't have authority to approve it and doesn't have jurisdiction over the contract. This particular contract was presented to the board as an initial term of, I think, 3 or 4 years with a initial amount of $8.6 million, which is below the board's threshold. So if the contract had been, the board did not have authority over a contract of $8.6 million. So the reason it had to go to approval, reason it had to go to the board for approval was because the contract itself contained 2 options to extend that specified the dollar amounts attached to those 2 options. The first option brought the contract to approximately $10.5 million, and if the second option is executed, it would bring the contract to $12.6 million. The board approves that contract up or down. So what they approved at that meeting in February of 2019 was a contract that could be up to $12.6 million. The charter does not require the department to seek any further approval after the board has already approved a contract up to that amount. Additionally, there is another section of Charter, Section 9.118, that talks about modifications of contracts that the board has approved, where the modification is $500,000 or more. That would require board approval if, for example, a contract were the board had approved a contract of $10 million, but that contract did not already anticipate any additional expenditures by the city. And the department wanted to increase the expenditures to the city by $500,000 or more, then the department would need to go back to the board for that approval. In this situation, because the original agreement anticipated the current extension and a second one, no further board approval was necessary. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so I'll ask a couple questions. Number one, I understand that the resolution that the board approved back in 2019, it said that the contract was for 8.5 million approximately, with 2 options to extend that could bring that up to 12 million. But when you read the resolution text, it doesn't actually say that the board approved the extending of that amount. So why do you say that the board approved the full 12.5 million?
In the whereas clause, it's identified the total value of the 12.6 million as it's identified in the title of the resolution, in the short title, that approving a contract of up to 12.6 million. So this is a very typical approval, and this is standard practice for a board approval of contracts.
So, but I mean, when you read the contract, when it says 12.6 million, it says if the city exercises the option to extend. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like the city needs to exercise the option, but in the resolution, the board did not authorize that extension. So,
because the resolution and the contract that was presented to the board included these provisions anticipating this revenue, it wasn't unnecessary for the board to say anything further in terms of the value getting to that amount. I don't think it's unclear from the resolution or the contract, the value of the contract that the board was authorizing.
Okay, so I just have 2 more questions. First, like what would a resolution have looked like where the board only authorized the base amount, but they did not authorize the extensions? Like, to me, it seems like the resolution would have been worded exactly the same, because there's a difference between approving a contract that gives the city the option to extend it and actually approving extending it. So there's a key difference there, and it seems to me that if you just read the language, it's saying that, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm unfamiliar with the resolution where the board has done that. But I think if they were to try, if it's lawful, which I'm not 100% sure whether it is or isn't, there would be a clause in the resolution that said the department must come back to the board for approval before exercising an option. There's a section of this that talks about the further resolve clause that authorizes the department to enter into any amendments or modifications prior to its execution by all the parties. That is a standard clause in every one of these resolutions that talks about this contract was approved retroactively, but normally a contract they'd like to see it before it's actually executed. And the purpose of that clause is to say, if anything needs to be changed in this contract before everyone signs it, it's fine to do so as long as the city attorney agrees it's in the best interest of the city. So that's the purpose of that particular clause. And again, that's a standard clause in every one of these 9.118 resolutions.
Yeah, so that's the second part of my question. Like there is a clause in the resolution where the board gives the director the authority to amend the contract, but the director can only do that in two situations. Number one, before it was signed, and number two, if it does not increase the city's obligations. But in the process of extending the contract, you're increasing the city's obligations by $2.1 million. So there's a very specific clause in this resolution where it outlines the case where the director can amend the contract, and those conditions in there aren't met. So, I mean, to me, I think there's been a lot of focus in the media around city contracting and, contracts being passed without board oversight. So I think, and also not mentioning the fact that we as a commission, we're under the impression that this would require board approval. So, I mean, it seems to me like the right thing to do would be to seek approval of the board for this contract, just for the purposes of the process. And as a commission, we've already voted that we want the contract to be extended. And it's just that transparency, so it doesn't look like, they're trying to bypass the board oversight. I mean, these are my thoughts from when I learned at the last meeting and I studied the documents, but I would be interested to hear what some of the other commissioners have to say, if anything.
This is Commissioner Dye. I mean, clearly there was a misunderstanding. Obviously, we would not have spent 3 meetings discussing a resolution if we thought it was a done deal. So that was unfortunate. But I'm not sure what the date of the original opinion from the city attorney's office was, but it would have been nice if the commission had been informed of that when the analysis, yes. Not you, because you came later, I think, but I think that the original opinion came from DCA Shen, right?
I think that's correct. I'm assuming that's correct, and I believe it. I wasn't privy to those conversations, but I think it was shortly before his departure. It's my understanding.
Yeah, so it maybe just got lost in the shuffle as he was transitioning out. And so I do think that was really unfortunate because the commission did spend quite a bit of time on it. And, that was not a good use of our time. But having said that, I think it's pretty common to have option clauses in contracts. And I understand that the board probably understood that those options might be exercised, and that was something that they considered when they approved it in the first place.
This is Vice President Stone. I echo that. I think we haven't necessarily, from my research into kind of the expectations of the commission as it pertains to contracts with the department, I don't believe that we've outlined anywhere any explicit criteria that is required. However, we did have several meetings, including BOPEC, and so it would have been helpful. Again, I'm not sure when it came up, if it was after BOPEC or whichever, but just a quick, hey, by the way, this is we don't actually have to go back to the board. And perhaps that could be something that as a commission, we talk about laying out more explicitly of what we might ask from anything as it pertains to contract renewals, if we want some sort of confirmation. And I don't know if that would be through the city attorney's office or through the director, but that might be a way of preventing it from happening again.
President Jordanek.
Commissioner Hayden-Crowley.
Yeah, I want to echo what Commissioner Stone has said. When I was looking through all of this, there was something that I looked at. I think it was from the September meeting that I was not a member of the commission yet, but it was an item 6 from the September 17th meeting where it's a list of regularly requested information, I think, that you put together. And I just wondered what the disposition of all of that is, because when you look at the bylaws, the director is supposed to report to us, but I think maybe some of the confusion may result in that I mean, I don't know what your conversations were because I wasn't present and I did my best to catch up. But there's a lot of information here. But I do think that the item number 6 from the September meeting could solve some of the confusion. If that were adopted, or has it been put on the agenda, I just don't know. But you have a whole list of things that you would like the director to report on, and not to dismiss anything out of hand in terms of the confusion. I don't want to minimize that because I wasn't party to that. But I think if just in a practical sense moving forward, if we had some benchmarks and that we were very clear in writing in terms of what our expectations are. You've been on this commission since 2014. Has there been that expectation that Director Arntz would be providing you those contracts? Was that the expectation of previous commissions, or is this a new expectation? That's what I'm just not clear about, and maybe you could articulate and clarify that.
Well, in this particular case, I think what the expectation was is that if the director had told us something in the past in writing, and that information changes, there would be an expectation that he would let us know that what he previously told us is no longer correct. So in the budget memos last January and February, he said in writing that the board had to approve this extension, and that led us to having a series of meetings later in the year that was sort of like based on that assumption. And then several months went by, and apparently during those months this changed, but then we were never told. And in fact, when we found out at the last meeting, it was kind of by accident. So that's this case at hand. As far as other types of contracts, we have never, as a commission, we have never had a list of things that we specifically requested. We were always just, there's a director's report, and it's kind of up to the director what he wants to provide. But, I think there's an understanding that he would want to provide the things that, we would want to know about, because we don't necessarily know what to ask for. That's one of the problems. We don't, until we see something, like we don't even know that we can even ask for it because we don't know it exists. So that document that we adopted at the last meeting, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago, was to kind of an attempt to sort of close those gaps and just make it abundantly clear. Now, the irony is that this contract extension here, it's actually not listed within that document because this is like a new category that we didn't know about. In that regularly requested information, there's no bullet for extending existing contracts that don't require board approval. So I think we may want to amend that document.
Okay, as Commissioner Hagen-Crowley, I guess I would say that the contract is what it is. It includes, just from my perspective, I'm not an attorney, but just looking at it, and I was trying to understand it, because this is an agendized item, is that this is all one contract. Having worked in city for a different department, I was familiar with seeing that, and that once it went in front of the board once with the extensions, it was a done deal. At least that was the way it was in the department I worked in. And not knowing about it, I can completely understand your frustration, but I would also say that those contracts go through a pretty extensive process at the OCA, and there's often other departments involved, and it takes time, and those contracts are public records. And so unfortunately, I mean, I think the mission of the elections department has been focused on getting out a free and fair vote and putting on an election, and there are all these other things that, excuse me, that go on. And we like to refer to them when I worked in city government as unfunded mandates, because often you just don't have the staff to deliver everything that everybody is asking you for. Just a comment and an experience that I've personally had. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to I guess suggest a path forward, because I think people here from my 2 meetings do very good work, and I would like to see a path forward where there is more transparency, but there's also we managing expectations for what the director is supposed to provide and what we expect. Thank you.
This is Vice President Stone. I think one additional suggestion I have that might kind of reconcile this moving forward, just to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, is perhaps if there are any changes to something that had already been submitted to us via writing or the budget or anything that had changed from our own perception, we could ask that that be included as that item in the director's report.
I'd like to move, can you restate that and make a motion on that? That we request that?
Yes.
I think that's important.
I don't remember exactly what I said, but I think the suggestion is that any changes that I think the director had provided, that had been previously provided to, that it had a different assessment with the commission, but then there were changes later on with the department from the director, that could be included as that part of the agenda item pertaining to the new things we added in September. We'll have to roll the tape for.
I think
exactly.
I think we're going to have to wordsmith.
I understand what is being said, but would you mind, Commissioner Bernholtz has had her
Please.
Had her hand up, and then we can return to Commissioner Bernholtz. I'm sorry if you had your hand raised for.
No problem. Thank you. I want to support the previous comments from both Commissioner Stone and Hayden Crowley, but I'm also now confused, and this speaks to our understaffing issue. I don't see minutes from the September meeting posted, whether or not your submission back then, President Jordanek, about a list of regularly requested information, did we vote on that and approve it? I don't have a memory of us actually taking action on that. So I think there's a bigger issue here.
Yes, request for information, Commissioner, President Jordanek, I had asked that previously. What is the status of item number 6 from the
what is the status of
meeting?
this?
Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, we did adopt it, and it passed unanimously. It's posted on our website. I don't know. I can look back at the old agendas right now to see at which meeting it was adopted, but.
Well, it's at the September meeting, so it would have either.
It's September 17th. I have this summary.
September 17th. But we don't have any minutes from that meeting to show this. So taking you at your word, I have no reason not to believe you. What this strikes me as, and I've experienced this throughout my time on the commission, is this is a significantly more detailed list of information than anything that would be suggested by the bylaws. And I think that it would, if in fact we have adopted this, that we want to amend it to include something such as has just been moved, there needs to be actually a sit down between the leadership of the commission and the department about both what's possible, what's needed, and how and when this information will be communicated. We don't want to lock ourselves into something that's not feasible. And there is still, as bringing up commissioners past, this question over how much authority the commission has to actually get into the business of running the department. And certainly contracting is a core business of running the department. And I think that in our pursuit, particularly in with all of the national conversations about voting system software and this commission's particular efforts to pursue open source, we've gone very granular on contracts about voting systems. Maybe that's how we want this to work. Maybe that's within our remit. I'm not sure that's ever been established, but we also need to think about, is this every contract? Is this personnel? Is this outreach? Is it, I mean, are we going to actually be impeding the business of the department? So I'm not as quick to jump to just continually adding things without actually having a meaningful conversation with the department about both what's possible and what is within the remit of the bylaws of this commission. If we have to change the bylaws, that's a bigger fish to fry.
So just to answer a couple of your questions, we did spend a fair amount of time discussing this document publicly. The first time was as part of BOPEC. And then we were very careful to discuss with Director Arntz, is this something that's, doable without too much work? And we got confirmation from him that it was fine. And I am remembering now during the September meeting, I'm pretty sure that you were a participant in that discussion and that you voted on the motion to adopt it. Because I remember, yeah, actually, I remember that you were part of that conversation.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Again, that doesn't then open the door for us to have adopted this and then keep adding things to it.
Well, so at the last meeting, I think that Vice President Stone had, I think, I guess what I'm saying is that at previous meetings, we did contemplate adding to it, but I think the point is that whenever we do add to it, it would be a discussion that we all have to make sure that it's not becoming burdensome. Because I very much appreciate the point you're making. We don't want to add information that's burdensome. But on the point about the number of contracts, one of the things I was very careful about is to make sure it's not a huge number. Like the sole source contracts averages about 1 per year or 1 or 2 per year. And the RFPs is also like 1 or 2 per year. So this is not like gobs of documentation.
Okay. I think we want to try to get clear on the scope of this and not certainly not keep adding things to a growing list that then might be used for any kind of accountability purposes and said, but hey, you didn't do this. And when we wanted that, or, anything like that. So I'm not, so that's that.
Okay. May I jump in for a moment?
Yeah, Vice President Stone.
So I did a little bit of research about this ahead of the meeting today, and unfortunately it was not within the appropriate amount of time to include it as a packet item, but perhaps we can include it on the next one. But from the meeting minutes from June 20th, 2007, which I think preceded everyone on this commission, this conversation pertaining to the commission's role in contracts is explicitly discussed. And I just want to read a quick excerpt. And I think what I'll just plan to do is share this with everyone after. And I think it doesn't really go one way or the other. It more just gives a good foundation. It was basically the deputy city attorney, or the president had asked the deputy city attorney at the time to provide a bit more insight into the Elections Commission's role in more specific tasks. And this paragraph specifically talks about the commission's role in contracts. Deputy City Attorney O'Leary said that the charter makes it clear that the commission does not have the expressed authority to award contracts. The commission does have a role to hold hearings and pass resolutions. The hearings can cover issues related to the contract, such as the type of voting system for which the department should contract or the process the director should use to select a voting system. The director has the authority to make the purchase and sign the contract on behalf of the department and follow the rules of the administrative code in terms of going to the board for approval of a contract over 10 million. So I think there is room for us to have conversations around how we make decisions as a commission pertaining to information about contracts. But I think as it pertains to getting, out of control in terms of our oversight, I think that we have to be measured. So I will share, there's a lot more in here that I think is relevant pertaining to RFPs as well that I will share. And I'm sorry I didn't have this in the right amount of time. There is also information about how the election can hold hearings and discuss the conversation around voting systems in general that I think will be relevant to this commission as well. So I just wanted to add that for the record.
Commissioner Dye?
Yeah, I just wanted to put this in context. I don't think the commission has any desire to look at every single contract the Department of Elections signed. This was specifically in relation to our policy on open source voting and whether a second year exercising this option would provide room to follow our policy direction. So I just don't want us to lose why we were looking at this particular contract and why we spent 3 meetings discussing this resolution, because it was about enforcing our policy direction.
President Jordanek, Commissioner Hagan-Crowley speaking. I do have some questions, requests for information on the open source voting. Do we have a contract with Voting Works?
No.
Okay, and are they an approved vendor if we were at any point going to be working with them?
Well,
I mean, every contractor with the city and county of San Francisco has to go through a process to be approved.
yeah, so in terms of the pilot, they had begun the process of signing a contract, but because the pilot wasn't approved, they stopped that process.
So you don't know if they're an approved vendor for the city?
No, I don't know if they're an approved.
Okay, that's because you can't even bid on an RFP unless you're an approved vendor. Was there ever an RFP issued for an open source voting?
The city has never issued an RFP for an open source voting.
Okay, because I understand what you're saying, but I'm City Attorney Ressi, you can tell me if I'm off topic here, but one of the things that I read between the lines in all of this open source voting is that what the mayor and the Board of Supervisors has done is pass a resolution in asking the Elections Commission and supporting an open source voting policy, but there's no money there. So there's a lot of argument for what I can see in all of these minutes without money. Again, I'm going to go back to an unfunded mandate, and we're dealing with a vendor that you want to use that's not approved by the city. And I want to move forward with this. I actually really have looked at the open source voting situation a little bit, and I think there's a path forward, but I think we need to get money.
Okay, so just to be clear on a couple of things, like the commission, there's no position that we want the city to adopt Voting Works as a vendor. There was a pilot that we had supported that did not cost the city any money, so it's a free. But there's no discussion about using them as a vendor for our voting system.
City Attorney, can you please tell me, would the Department of Elections be able to work with a vendor like Voting Works for free without approval? I mean, how does something like that work? Has that ever been done?
I do hate to cut you off, but this is not related to the
Okay.
Dominion contract extension. I think there actually is going to be a discussion of the open source update from the
Okay.
director's report. And if you'd like to talk about it under that item,
Okay.
we certainly can. You can ask me the question then. I just
Okay,
want to
I
make sure
apologize.
I'm complying with all the Brown Act sunshine requirements. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Bernholtz, you had your hand up. You don't want to talk anymore? Is that what I'm seeing, or, sorry? You're muted right now.
My comment falls into Deputy City Attorney's
Okay.
warning, so I'll save it.
I
Yeah.
I apologize.
So just, and just to kind of address another point that people raised, these requesting these contracts was really just for informational purposes, so people are aware they exist. It was not meant to be, we're going to be discussing these by any means. So, but I mean, back on the topic of this contract extension, like I said, I wanted us to have a chance to discuss it. I don't think that there's anything that we can really do. I mean, I think that our deputy city attorney has told us that we don't need the board approval. You know, I personally disagree, but I don't think that that's something that we can really change. But and again, if the contract were to go before the board, you know, I certainly support the board approving it, and as a commission, we passed a resolution encouraging them to approve it. So this was not an attempt to stop anything, but just to have more transparency. So I was like to open it up to public comment, but I wanted to give anyone else a chance to say anything before we do. Okay, then I'm going to open this up to public comment.
Hi, my name is George Gabori, and I'm a member of a new nonpartisan organization, the San Francisco Election Integrity Team. I want to commend every one of you for taking the time out of your lives to be on this commission, because the role that it plays is an extremely important one in securing the quality of government that we have here in San Francisco. And, you know, the Dominion machines are an important part of that, and this contract extension is an important part of that. Because the intention of all this is to make sure that we have clean, fair, honest elections. And the real problem is that when election fraud does occur, regardless of what party or who's doing it or what reasons, this is a gateway crime for criminals who are involved in it to go on to commit greater crimes that can create a sea of corruption that's like a firestorm inside a city or a state or a country. So what you do and the responsibility you have is very important. And again, I'm glad that you take the time to be part of this. Now, with regard to Dominion and the extension of these contracts, I think it's really important to monitor the quality of how these machines are performing. In Maricopa County in Arizona, there's a firestorm there. 20 to 30% of the machines in those counties, the tabulators malfunction and were not working on election day, even though they'd been checked the night before. And so people had to put their ballots in a box to be counted later. And now there's, you know, the trust of the public is compromised. In San Francisco, in this last election, on election day, we had nothing of that scale, but we did have 30 ballot jams in various precincts. And when that happens, generally it was 20 to 40 minutes that the machine at that precinct was non-usable by voters. And if they either had to come back later or they'd have to submit their ballot to be put in the, like the little box to be counted later. So these are issues that are happening with these machines. The lack of open source code. I don't understand why in this day we don't have machines and we don't insist on it. So anyway, there are, because there's a lack of transparency in that, not being able to look at the machines and what they're actually doing through the code. So there are lawsuits coming up against Dominion for in the next few months, in the next year, and I suggest you follow them to see what comes out of that in terms of whether they're being honest with the public or not. And we're willing to work with you in any way that we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So move to public comment on the phone. Or do I see one person? Are you commenting? Okay.
I need to pull this down. Hi, my name is Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa. I live in San Francisco. I worked the last election. I am also a member, I'm on a board of a very small nonprofit, and I've been on several similar boards. And I would say it's just impermissible to have the board weigh in on or be notified of something as in a contract and then have it be changed and the board not be updated. Possibly, especially if the board is approving it, it goes without saying that the board has to approve the change. So I'm mind boggled by this idea that you don't need to abide by that kind of really simple rule. As a member of the public, the last speaker spoke about transparency. It's crucial. It's crucial for people to work together effectively, and it's crucial that there be transparency for the public to know what's going on. I've been waiting for the open source stuff to happen. Dominion is extremely expensive, much more expensive than an open source system would be to run year after year. And so I'm waiting to see us move ahead on that. And I'm going, what's going on here? So this has been, I'm actually here for the next item, which, but this has been an eye opener. And please, we need to move forward on this. I've been working on getting open source here in San Francisco through the California Clean Money Campaign now since before COVID. $1.3 million was approved by the board in 2018, and nothing's, what's going on? So I don't know what the holdup is, but it needs to be fixed and we need to move forward. And you guys, you have to hold people accountable to keep you informed of things you need to know to do your jobs, which we all appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move to the commenters on the phone. Okay, we have Mr. Turner. Okay, you should be unmuted now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello, commissioners. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the previous person and also mention that I think the danger here is not some sort of overreaching by the commissioner, and I appreciated the words of Commissioner Stone. The present danger here is the lack of forthrightness by the, unfortunately, because he's a good person, but the lack of forthrightness by the head of the Department of Elections, Mr. Arnst. Obviously, if something changes that's been presented to the commission, it demands that those changes are mentioned in the director's report. So I think that would be a good resolution to just say, yes, the head of the Department of Elections should make every attempt to be honest and forthright. I think it kind of goes without saying. So there's a bit of confusion here all around, I think within the public as well, wondering what is going on here and why we're not moving forward. And I think we all must admit that there is heavy political pressure coming down from all sorts of angles upon everybody involved. And this comes from Dominion and, of course, the other champions of intellectual property interests, Microsoft and Oracle and others, that do not want open source in the public consciousness, because that is a gateway toward governments moving away from these licensing fees and these vendor lock-in situations. So I object on behalf of the public to the commission being put in this embarrassing situation of having great conversation about something that was irrelevant. And I think that we need to take a hard look at accountability of the head of the Department of Elections on this issue, and not be naive if we are thinking that we're doing democracy or the Democratic Party a favor by coddling Steve Bennett and Dominion. I think we better look to 2016, because that was a situation where these same machines gave us a result that nobody, I think, within the Democratic party side has enjoyed. And we're in a very crucial moment of civil unrest. We have led the country on this issue, and now we see folks like New Hampshire and even Mississippi getting ahead of California. And this is because San Francisco has failed to act in a proper expeditious manner. And obviously Los Angeles burned through $300 million by aligning themselves with people that were not the open source community that brought them that project. So we're seeing corruption throughout this situation. That is more of an explanation on how we got here. And I think if we want to get out of this situation, we need
Okay,
to
Mr.
pay
Turner,
special
your time
attention
is
to
up.
accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Commissioner Bernholtz, did you want to comment now, or were you okay with waiting for the public comments to finish, or?
Can I just respond to the last two public comments, which is to clarify, and I am a supporter of open source software, and I've been supportive of all of the efforts to pursue it. But at the moment, in 2022, there is not in existence an open source software system that handles ranked choice voting. It doesn't exist. It's a unicorn. Done. That has to be factored into this whole conversation. We can't, anyway, it doesn't exist at the moment. Hopefully it will exist soon. Doesn't exist at the moment.
Okay, next public commenter. This is an anonymous.
Hello, Alec Bash. I worked for the city planning department and ports for 30 years. And in my experience with the planning commission and the port commission, I always understood that they set policy for our departments. And I believe that transparency, as other speakers have said, is a critical factor in that. I know at one point at planning, the commission thought that we had not been transparent about something, and we were raked over the coals. I thought it was a misunderstanding, but that's what I thought. Now we have a situation where the mayor, the board, the elections commission have all set a policy about something. And I think the only reason that this contract extension has been the option has been the subject of so much discussion is because it runs counter to what the policy has been expressed for the department to follow for such a long time. It's been more than 10 years since the city has been establishing policy in this regard. So I think this is something to consider, that it's essential for the director to do a good job running elections, and by and large, he has done that. It's also essential for the director to respond to the policy initiatives that are being presented to him by his commission, by the board, by the mayor, and on that basis by the people of the city. So I think that's why this has taken up so much time, and I do hope there will be a way around this impasse and go forward with what we think is the underlying goal of all this, which is to come forward with a open source system and to have the department do what is necessary in order to get Voting Works or other open source providers available and ready to participate in the city election system. Thank you for your service.
Okay, thank you. So next commenter. You're being unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign. Good evening, commissioners. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit that has working for fair elections, has worked with the commission for a number of years on the open source process and with the supervisors and with the legislature, as a matter of fact. But that's not why I'm commenting on this. I'm commenting. I was one of the public commenters in February when this item came up. And the statement that the director gave at that time to the commission and to everybody else was very clear that the rule was that it would be the supervisors that would decide whether this contract was extended for 1 year or 2 years. And the reason that was, of course, of such import is that though, of course, there is not currently a certified voting system, especially including ranked choice voting, there is the possibility, or at least was the possibility, that there could be one after 1 year of the contract had expired in time for possibly the 2024 election. Maybe a long shot, but a possibility. And so it was pretty clear from his statements that the public would have the opportunity to weigh in with the supervisors to ask them to extend it just for 1 year rather than 2 years, to leave open that possibility of pursuing the counties and the commissions and the public's goals. So what was very disturbing to me, and I think to other members of the public, was that when the director found a way around that, because he clearly stated his preference for a 2-year contract, that he did not inform the commission, and therefore did not inform the public, who was working under the description from him that we would have the opportunity to ask the supervisors to weigh in on this. So I think that's a very important lack of transparency. I do hope you'll make some sort of policy that when the director makes statements to you in the future, that if those facts change, that he should inform you immediately so the public is aware about. But the lack of transparency on this issue in specific is, I think, very troubling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I see one other caller. I'm not 100% sure if it's someone different, though. Let's try. Okay, that was the same person. Okay, so I don't see anyone else, so let's close public comment. Oh, number 6. Okay, so are commissioners, are there any other questions or comments on this topic? Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything. Okay, so let's move on to item number 7, director's report. Discussion.
I'm sorry, is there a motion on the table?
I don't think it was really formed. And it wasn't seconded, so I think
Thank you.
We can move forward.
Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 7, director's report. Discussion and possible action regarding the director's report. Okay, Director Arntz, is there anything you'd like to say to?
Yeah, so we're still conducting the election, and we'll probably get through the ballots, most of the ballots on Friday. I know there's a close race in District 4. The canvas isn't completed though, so there's always a chance we could pull ballots off the canvas as we're going through the materials that came back from the polling places. Right now, we're processing the ballots that require a lot of manual review and manual entering into the system, so it's slower. So the number of ballots that reported that need to be counted still, I think, is around 6,800, 5,800 today. They just take more time. So even though, I'm sure you're getting the question too, when they're going to be done counting the ballots. So at this point, we've done the volume, and now we're doing the ones that require a lot of just manual entry and manual review. And by Friday, I think that the majority of the ballots that could potentially come into, especially District 4, will be processed. Tomorrow would probably be a good marker, but Friday for sure. One thing too is that we have a 5-card ballot in San Francisco. So most counties don't have 5-card ballots. And since last Thursday, I think we processed nearly 700,000 cards, which is a tremendous volume of ballot cards going through our processing. And what I put this in the director's report, I believe, too. So we have 2 measures that are going to impact the conduct of elections in 2024. One is the adding of proponent and opponents to state measures. That is coded in law already. But locally, counties can also opt into having the opponent and proponents listed on the measures, local measures. And the way that the law is written is the law contemplates 1 sentence be included on the ballots in English. It doesn't include the translation to Spanish, especially we call it Filipino. So potentially we're looking at 50% increase in the space used just for the measures in San Francisco, 1 for the state, and then also again for the local measures. That would be a 6th or 7th card for this election. And then with Prop H passing for the November 2024 election, we have 5 local contests, local offices going on that ballot. Right now, I don't think we can conduct an election the way we have in November 2024 based on these 2 changes. So we have to figure this out. We've started, but we don't really know what our options are going to be. The machines that we have there's the first gateway is the first gateway is the vendor. So the vendor that prints the ballots, can they insert that number of cards, 6 or 7 cards, into an envelope along with the insert and then move it to assembly and then get it to the post office? Then can the post office process that envelope? Is the envelope going to be the same size or larger? Probably larger. Then can our equipment process that? So those are big topics, and we have to kind of figure that out as we go into the budget cycle. So as we go into, which is going to be next month. So as we end this election cycle, which will hopefully be this month, begin December, as we go into December, we'll start to prepare the budget. We will be contemplating how we assess and how we can fund any changes that we put forward for the elections coming up. Then also in the director's report, I did put information on the current voting system. And I know I put the memo, I attached the memo that I sent out to the commission, the board mayor, and other city leaders on the Voting Works basically failing and getting the pilot program implemented for San Francisco. But I also put information in the director's report about the Dominion system, because really one of the fallouts of all this negative conversations around Dominion is we kind of doubt our own system, which is not a good place to be. And I'm not advocating for Dominion. This is not tied to the contract, but I think since we have new commissioners, especially we have also, seems like we have new people who are tuned in and also attending the commission meeting. It's good for them to hear this information as well. But this is actually a digital system. So this system takes a picture of every ballot that it processes. And so what happens is that at the end of every election, the department reviews every single ballot image. And for this election, there's probably going to be like 1.2 million images. And we'll go through and we'll look for personally identifying information on those images, and we'll redact it. And then we actually post these images on our website. So that means everyone in the public can actually go to our website. They can pull up the ballot images. And Dominion's created a tool called the Ballot Audit Review application. And voters can sort the cards, the views by contest, precinct, and district. They can also view the cards. They can sort the cards that had undergone manual review, or what's called adjudication. So right there's a big opening of the voting system to the public, because you can see how everyone voted in San Francisco. And we're the only jurisdiction in California that does this, and we're one of the few in the country that does this. But what also is important is that the system actually appends an explanation of how to interpret each vote marking on each card. And so if I mark measure A a certain way, there's going to be an explanation in text that says that this ballot card was marked for measure A in this way. So you can see how the voting system actually interprets the vote marking. You make a one-to-one comparison. And then if there's any sort of manual review of the card, that's also included in this, what's called an audit mark. So people can read not just how the system read the vote marks, but how the people in the Department of Elections, if they had to do a manual review, let's say for an overvote, what action they took. So there's an open book right there on how these cards, one, voted, and how the system interpreted the votes and any action that we took on these cards as well. And it's a permanent record. It's on our website. Then we also post the logs from the voting equipment that goes out to the polling places. So this idea that we don't know what happens to the machines that are at the polling places, well, we do. We post those on our website every election. We've been doing this for several years now, every election. So people can actually go and look at what the systems are doing at the polling places, what the tabulators are doing. It tells you if the doors were open on the tabulators. It tells you how it started up. And the log begins when testing begins prior to the election. So it's not just when the machines are at the polling places, but when we start to test prior to the election, prior to delivery at the polling places, those machines are recording the transactions that occurred. And those transactions are in a log that posted on our website for every election. Then I'll get off this. I know it's a lot of information. Then we hash this information. We encrypt. We essentially create a key. There's a I can't explain it very well, but so the hashing is like it creates a math equation of all the data that's on the page. And then there's a sum that proves that the math that the equation hasn't changed. So we do this for all the information we post for the election, starting now and going through the time of certification. And that shows that the information is static. So that through time, from the time we post it until the time someone actually goes and looks at information, the results haven't changed. They're the same. It's the same thing for the ballot images. It's the same thing for those logs. And I'm saying this just because, I understand and the department certainly has done a lot to support the open source coming into being in San Francisco. But we really shouldn't have negative views in a voting system just because we want something else, because then it damages the perception of that voting system, not just in this room, but the voters themselves. And that's what I want to communicate tonight, is that there are a lot of safeguards on this system. There are a lot of mechanisms that people can take advantage of to remove that idea that this is a black box voting system, because it's not. Yeah, and with that, I can take any questions on my director's report.
I'll just jump in quickly. Thank you for putting this together. I really just had one question about kind of the seemingly insurmountable task of everything that you have to do ahead of the budget cycle process because of the length of the cards, and then also considering Prop H. And so I guess I have two thoughts. One is more just, I guess questions. The first is just continuing to hear about the ways that you guys are approaching that, and because I imagine it's going to take some creative problem solving or brainstorming to figure out how you're going to adjust for that. And then the other thing I wanted to ask about is just as it pertains to thinking about the voter information packet, because knowing that was already almost 300 pages with this election, I imagine now it's going to get even longer and longer. I'm sure that you're already kind of thinking about that, but I'd love to also hear about, I know that there was outreach with folks if they didn't want to get the print version, but I'm wondering if we can continue to talk about how to save more trees around that, knowing that it's going to be longer in multiple regards. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to hearing more. And I was gonna share this during the commissioners' reports, but it's appropriate now because you were talking about the machines. I toured the Pier 31. I toured there twice, actually. I was there ahead of the election and then election night, and I got to see all of these processes. I also went ahead of the election to City Hall, the vote center, ahead of the election night and then on election night. And so I actually got to see some of what the director is talking about. And I really encourage other commissioners, I guess in 2024, to observe the process, particularly at Pier 31. And just, it really was illuminating and really amazing to see how the folks working in the department are just a completely well-oiled machine. It was really amazing. And I really appreciated the opportunity to see it. So thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want to make a few comments about the open source, the voting timeline that you provided, the last year with Voting Works. And just earlier, you said that Voting Works had failed in the pilot. And I just want to, provide some background on that because I think one of the things that the timeline you provided unfortunately does is it casts Voting Works in a negative light, I think in a way that's not completely fair to them. And I just want to provide some background information for the benefit of commissioners. I mean, one of the things that your document repeats 3 or 4 times is that it can't conduct RCV elections. And so it makes it look like they dropped the ball in some way. And this is something that came up in the last item. But I mean, one of the things we have to remember is that when Voting Works submitted their plan, the Secretary of State did not have any kind of guidelines that they needed to follow. And there still aren't. And this is something that they were supposed to do 9 years ago when the state bill passed saying that the Secretary of State needed to provide these regulations. So there were no regulations. So what Voting Works did is they presented a plan that involved doing development in the months leading up to the election, working with the jurisdiction. And this is exactly the type of plan they provided to the state of New Hampshire. They also worked on a pilot in New Hampshire. And there was nothing that prohibited them from doing this in California because there weren't any regulations. Like, why not have the ability to work with the jurisdiction on the system as you're leading up to it? So the RCV work that they needed to do for the pilot was actually a very simple thing. So we have to also remember this pilot was only to pilot the ballot marking device, the thing in City Hall where it's a touch screen. The pilot did not involve any kind of tabulation or scanning of ballots. So really all they needed to do was update their user interface to support not just like marking 3 candidates for the school board, but also ranking candidates, on the touch screen. And then the representative of Voting Works, Matt Rowe, told me that this is something that he thought would only take them a couple weeks. And so this is something that, and the other thing is this ballot marking device, it was only going to be used in City Hall, where in June, there were only 2 voters that used the ballot marking device. So whereas in New Hampshire, there were 1,000 voters in each town. So the RCV, it was something that they were offering to develop for free, and that's a good thing. And but the thing is, they were waiting for any kind of positive signals from the Secretary of State that this pilot was going to go forward before, doing the development. Because if it's not going to go forward, then what's the point of, spending the time on it right now? So the pilot was rejected. The Secretary of State gave a lot of reasons, and again, there were no guidelines. And at that point, Voting Works informed the Secretary of State that they are not going to continue developing the system until they receive guidelines from the Secretary of State. And they said that also in the first meeting that they had with the Secretary of State's office. Now, in the timeline, it says, it makes it seem like that came out in October, but it had been known all along. They're very upfront about the fact that they're not continuing development because really it doesn't make sense to work on something when you don't know what it is that you're aiming for or what's expected of them. So I just want to provide that background on what it means when it says they don't support ranked choice voting. It's not that they weren't able to or it was too hard for them or they're not willing to. They were offering to do that for free, but when the pilot was not going to go forward, there's no reason for them to do it at that point. So it's not something that is any kind of inherent obstacle. So that's just the point I want to make in response to the document that was provided. So unless there are any other comments, we can move to public comment on this item. I don't think we did.
I just wanted to follow up on the
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Dye.
the couple of changes that you said are going to have budget implications. So adding a couple of ballot cards, we can calculate postage. That's not the issue, but it sounded like it was an issue of hardware or the vendor being able to handle the physical.
From the very beginning, So so from the time of printing, then how the cards are prepped prior to insertion to the envelope, the size of the envelope, and then the size of the envelope also matters to the post office. Because right now the envelope we have is the largest. It seems it's a large envelope, but still letter sized, and so that envelope can actually go through the same sorter at the post office if you
First
send.
class mail.
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. So if the envelope changes size, it goes through the flat sorter, which is a different process, which is
And also more expensive.
exactly right. And so it's from the very beginning, and then if it goes through the flats, the information that you can pull from those envelopes is less usually, because I don't know if the intelligent mail barcode applies or not. I've got to verify that. But then, so if the post office can process the flats, it won't be as quick because the machinery just takes the more bulky items as they come off the trucks. And then when the voters will receive and voters deliver it back to us, how do we handle those quickly? Can our sorter handle it? Because we take an image of every envelope that comes back to us.
Right.
And so it has to follow a track. It's a tension track through using belts. And so there's turns in that track. And if it's a thicker envelope, if it's a bigger envelope, can it turn within the radius of the machine that's required to process it and take that picture? And then once it comes off the image, once we verify the signature, it comes up and we run it through the sorter again. Can we open it? So it's every step of the process from the time that the ballots are printed and inserted, and then they go to the post office, then we receive them and how we process them.
I wonder if it's possible to just do 2 envelopes. Would that cause more logistical problems?
I can't even comprehend that approach, actually. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean,
Just a thought.
yeah. No, we have to keep it all together.
That's why I thought it would be interesting to hear in the next meeting some of the ideas of the creative problem solving, because I feel like also it would be helpful, I think, for the public to know just kind of what ways the department has thought about these different. Obviously, it doesn't have to go into detail, but it is quite an undertaking as it pertains to the full life cycle of a ballot.
Yeah. Well, it's physical handling that you're
Right.
talking
Yeah.
about. So
Commissioner Hayden Crowley?
Director Arndt, so there were no problems during this election?
There's always challenges, but overall, it was election morning is always a challenge, getting the polling places open. We did have all the doors open, but there were a couple of sites that we couldn't access the equipment right at 7 o'clock, so we had to do some, we call it emergency voting, so that took place. It was raining that day. It was windy, and I was really concerned about poll workers deciding that they didn't want to volunteer. We had very little cancellations by the inspectors. They're the ones that bring the ballots to the polling places. So we didn't have to run a bunch of ballots out to the polls and replacement inspectors, which was wonderful. We had almost 200 people in City Hall as standby poll workers. So if for those who did not come to fulfill their assignment on election day, we had a lot of people at City Hall that could actually go and take their place, which is incredible. It's an incredible number of people to have for standby poll workers. So once we got through the morning, then it's maintenance more or less. And there are ballot jams. A 5-card ballot creates more opportunity. I think, and we've put a lot of attention on our training for our folks and our poll worker training. And I think we have to start just putting more training to voters. And the thing is, if they get impatient or if they don't have those cards separated when they go into the tabulators, then it's too, again, it's the thickness. It's too thick of a bundle going through the rollers on that machine. It'll stop, and then people start to pull, and that's when bad things start to happen. So we'll try to do how we can educate voters better. But overall, it actually was a good election. We had observers. We had some observers who had questions down at the warehouse. I think one was escorted out because she was taking photos of the deputies and their vehicles, and which basically is interfering with the elections process because they're feeling intimidated by such actions. And I spoke to the sheriff prior to the election night about something like that happening at the warehouse, so everyone was aware of it. But the people that have come to City Hall have been respectful. The observers and everyone else has come to the warehouse have been respectful. So really, a lot of the issues that you hear from other places, we're not experiencing. And it's been a good election. And we've really run through a great number of cards in a short amount of time, which it's very impressive, actually, even for me, to see that. So, but overall, it's a good election.
Thank you.
I had a question. So this is the first election where we're trying this new, hopefully much clearer preliminary results reporting. Have you noticed any feedback?
Nothing's come my way, sorry. Yeah, no, I have not.
I mean, as far as I've seen, people, I mean, the media reporting has been much more accurate this time. So I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's improvements to the site. I think it was a good exercise for us. The timing was a bit of a tight.
But you got it done.
We got it done. There's good information up there now that wasn't before, and it's something we could take a look at again as we go forward. So.
Okay, Vice President
I
Snow.
don't know if I missed this when I ran to the restroom, but I was curious if the conversation on results reporting was discussed as in the context of also the transition to the new website that or the new, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that, we could talk about that at the future meeting. I know that wasn't included in the director's report, but curious how that will all transition over. So perhaps we could talk about that the next meeting. Does it have to all transition?
Well, we'll have a basic site up in January, I think it is.
Okay.
So we have to comply with the new Drupal standard, which means that we have to use digital services template, which I think your site now has been moved over to that.
I don't think, not yet.
No? Okay. Yeah, so we'll have like a basic portal, entry portal into our information. But it's going to take us a good part of next year actually to go through the exercise. So,
Commissioner Hayden-Crowley, Director Owens, are you using an outside vendor to do the migration, or is it being done in-house?
no, so right now there's no outside vendors, and the city, so the city has the digital services, and so digital services is the
I've worked with them.
yeah. So they'll be the ones that receive our content and get it onto the but we'll be the ones doing the work to create the new pages, to piece it all together, and then.
So you're writing the content in-house? All the content, because it has to be done in their style.
Right. So we have to change. So we have to simplify and reduce much of our content, which is going to be a challenge for us because
I did that for the sheriff. I wrote the entire website and launched it in 2020.
Yeah.
So it's a job.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And then we've got got the languages. You have
Although we didn't migrate over to digital services, I emulated their site and worked with them because they weren't ready to accept us.
Mhm.
So I just wondered because, for example, I know the Civil Service Commission just migrated over to sf.gov and they used an outside vendor.
Yeah. Right now we're not thinking that way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
So.
just curious.
Okay, anyone else before we open to public comment? So let's open it up to public comment on this item. This is agenda item number 7, Director's Report.
I have a quick question for the director. With regard to the computers that are used for signature verification, it's my understanding that the images are drawn from the Department of Election files that you already have on voter signatures, but when you don't have enough or you're unclear of whether a signature matches, you draw from other databases like the DMV. Is that correct?
So normally the members of the public cannot ask direct questions of someone, but afterwards a commissioner could ask on your behalf if that's something they'd like to do.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you could do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to, seeing no other commenters in the room, let's move to the phone comments. First caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. This is Brent Turner again. I was the communications director for the Open Voting Consortium. And if you're not familiar with Open Voting Consortium, that would be something good to look up so you can see how all this open source work started. We also initiated SB 360, which calls for the Secretary of State to issue the regulations that we were talking about earlier. I'm taken aback again, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the cheerleading against the open source community by Director Arnst and the advocacy for the Dominion folks, we recognize that this Dominion issue has become convoluted because it became sort of a Republican hijack of an issue, but that's not the open source issue. When the director again goes through a long speech regarding the attributes of Dominion and talks about things that he admittedly doesn't have a clear understanding about with hashing and the logic and accuracy test, it is failing to miss the point that these concepts, the comparison between what he fails to recognize as a black box system, which by definition, Dominion is a black box closed source system, and the open source community solutions, failing to recognize the difference. We're 30 years now behind the times. So we are failing by having regurgitating a 30-year-old conversation, which is a better security environment for elections, open source or the current legacy closed source. It is open source. The people that are trying to gift the system to San Francisco, whether or not they completed the RCV part or whether or not John Arnst likes them, they're the smartest people in the world regarding this issue. And that includes your own president, Jordanek, is one of the smartest people in the world. They're trying to help you, but this resistance to the help is really startling to the public. I would also suggest anybody that is taking money or on the payroll currently of a proprietary software seller should probably recuse themselves from this particular issue. And I recognize that Commissioner Bernholtz, not to single her out, responds to everything I say after I say it in real time. I think we should open up public comment if there's going to be that sort of back and forth. The fact that we are failing to move this forward is, again, startling to the public. It either smacks of naivete or corruption. And after 15 years, 20 years of this work in San Francisco, the public is growing tired of it, of the conversation that's redundant. And we're just hopeful that we see our way clear and move immediately toward this pilot and letting these people that are much smarter than the programmers working at Dominion, that we allow them to do their work. And as my former partner on this issue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, your time is up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bernholtz, I see you have your hand up.
Mr. Turner, I do not now, nor have I ever, taken money from Microsoft. If you would do me the favor of stopping the gaslighting, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioners, are there any other comments on this item before we move on to number 8? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to item number 8, Commissioners' Reports. Discussion and possible action on Commissioners' Reports on topics not covered by another item on this agenda. So who would like to start? Anybody?
I have a couple items. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Hayden Crowley for some of her ideas on how we can possibly move forward on the Redistricting initiative. One of her ideas was to try to get some public polling data on how the public feels about changing our redistricting process. And she suggested that I reach out to Rodney Fong, president of the Chamber of Commerce here, and see if we can get a question or two on the annual City Beat poll. So I was able to reach out to him thanks to an introduction from our city attorney, David Chu. And we had a brief conversation, which I gave him a graduate level education in redistricting in about 15 minutes. And he promised to talk to his public policy director about possibly including our question because Prop H passed, even if we miss getting it on this year, there's possibility of getting on in 2023. And I indicated that the chamber itself might be interested in taking a position on whatever we end up recommending, since the chamber at the state level was instrumental in making sure that the Voters First Act passed and thus getting the state commission instituted. So I just wanted to recognize our new commissioner for making that very valuable suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so I have a couple of things to report. First, I attached a memo regarding the pilot that was done in New Hampshire, and it had a couple of things in it. Number one, there was an article about the pilot, and it had some nice quotes from the New Hampshire Secretary of State, who is fairly new, I think less than a year in office. And then there's also a timeline of how the pilot was done there. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, it was more of an agile process where they worked with the stakeholders kind of in several rounds, and where they did some development before the pilot was approved, and then they did development after it was approved. And first they responded to feedback from the Secretary of State, and then they responded to feedback from the 3 towns that conducted the pilot, and they continued doing that on into October. So there were 1,000 voters in each town that used the system, and it involved also tabulating the ballots using their scanner. So not just marking the ballots like we were going to do. So I thought that was you know, just good to know, to compare it to the process in California. The other thing I wanted to report is that I received an email, or the commission received an email from a member of the public about our what's called our TAC, which is our Open Source Voting Technical Advisory Committee. And this is a group that met like almost 40 times over about a period of 3 years. And they pointed out that, well, really, I think to really, we sort of have a responsibility to either revive that committee or else suspend it, because we're technically out of compliance with the bylaws of that committee. This committee that we formed, I think it was back in, I want to say 2017. It was a 5-member body that was chaired by a member of the commission. It was always me. And there were 4 members of the public that we had an application process for. And then we selected the people to be on that. And then their goal was to basically provide advice to the commission of a more technical nature that, you know, as commissioners, that's something that we're not necessarily collectively have the ability to know. So anyways, I think this is something that we may want to revisit if we want to revive it, in which case I'm hoping someone could volunteer to do so, because I only have 1 year left on the commission. It's not something that I should do. And if no one's willing to take that on, I think we should probably suspend it so that they're not out of compliance. But so if anyone is interested in doing that, just to contact me offline.
Are you able to direct us to more information than what you just shared so that we can read a little bit about it? Or like, is it posted as a separate page on the commission website?
Yes, there is a page on our website
Okay.
for TAC, and it has the TAC bylaws, and then it has a link to TAC's website, which is like all of their meetings going back to 2017 and many, many documents and things that they provided. So
President Jernick, request for information. Did the New Hampshire pilot program have a budget at all? Or was it for free? How did that work?
my understanding is that it was also done for free. Basically, they did it for free for the state, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to know. I guess I'm just curious, how are they running around doing all this for free? I mean, somebody's paying them.
It's a nonprofit.
Well, yeah, but nonprofit still gets money. I mean, the city has a zillion contracts with nonprofits.
Yeah, so we, Voting Works did present before the commission. I think this was back in September of last year. And we had a fairly substantial conversation with them. And one of the questions was exactly that, who funds you? And because people had the same question that you do.
Yeah.
So I do see that Matt Rowe from Voting Works is watching right now. He may make himself available to answer questions, but
It just seems incredibly altruistic.
well, I mean,
I mean, I just,
well, so I do know that
perhaps they are.
they charge money to do a lot of things, but when it comes to pilots, because that's,
Okay.
you can get business that way.
So, okay, so that's sort of like, it's like a teaser.
It's like a what?
It's a teaser to get people, it's a marketing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what their marketing strategy is here. So once, the thing is that, and I'll bring this up when you talk about open source voting in the next, is there another agenda?
This is actually.
This is it,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
because I get so confused here.
Yeah.
So the thing is that they're developing things and testing it as a pilot, but at some point there has to be a budget, correct? I mean, I'm looking through and I'm a little bit kind of all over the map, but I'm looking through all of this background information, and I know at one point there was a request for money at the state level of $8 million. And I just kind of am wondering, I mean, you have to run a business with money, and I'm just, I mean, I think if we're going, I guess the conclusion I've come to, right, wrong, or indifferent, is that if we are to move forward with open source voting, we need to dedicate money to it. And whether we go to the state and ask them and sit down with the people that make the decisions, or we go back to the board, I want to support you, but I think we need to be very strategic about
Yeah,
it.
so
And I know you've got like 30 years here, so I'm jumping in on something that may have been done 10 times before and didn't happen.
So let me answer that very briefly. So originally, the city Voting Works did not exist, and there was no open source system in existence. So our city's plan and our commission's plan was for the city to explore building our own system. And that's the origin of asking for the $8 million. It was to help the city build that system. And we didn't get very far. I think we only got allocated like $1.5 million towards the project, and nothing really came of it. But and then that money was taken away during the pandemic. But then during that process, this nonprofit emerged where they had a system. So it's like, that's great. You saved. I mean, if the system really works, it could save the city. They were estimating between $20 and $30 million for us to build a system. So, we could either spend $20 to $30 million building our own system, or we could use a nonprofit system. And again, this is down the road because we would need to issue an RFP that's competitive. And in all of our conversations recently, it's always been focused on the pilot, which is much simpler matter that doesn't involve money.
President Jordanek, I think it might be valuable to also direct new commissioners to the document that you put together in September that says open source voting history in San Francisco at a glance. It can walk through some of that history.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah. Sorry?
I'm sure he did. I've just so much reading.
That's why I was saying.
He gave me a lot of stuff.
Sure. No, that's all I was saying is I think there is some stuff in there that might be helpful. So specifically about the budget conversation, there was 1 point, and this, I think we even talked about this in that September meeting, there was 1.68 million allocated to work on this. There was actually even a full-time hire in the Department of Technology.
I saw that.
And so there was funding put toward it, and there's more context on that actually to President Jordanik's credit, there's actually a full list of the meetings where it's been discussed and the articles associated with it. So I can send this to you.
No, I think I have it. I think I have
Okay.
it in one of President Jordanik's emails to me. I just haven't, I literally, putting this binder together today took 4 hours. So, I'm just trying to get a sense of just in terms of, so just going back, I'm looking for a little shortcut here without reading it all. So this amount of money was allocated, but then was it taken away and used in the pandemic? So we actually never really spent it. And that 300,000 that was allocated for the position at DT and that was 2018. Was that position continued after 2018?
The person was there for approximately a year and a half.
So there's nothing that can get done in a year and a half.
Right. I mean, I think that there was a document that they wrote
Uh-huh.
that actually Director Ernst linked to.
Uh-huh.
And then they started to do this internet voting project. And then there was this risk limit audit things, they're all kind of tangential to the open source system.
Okay.
But-
So there's a lot of stops and starts. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now there's sort of like a new direction.
Okay, well, I just am trying to, I'm asking all this because, as I said, I would love to be able to help you and try and, get more money for it if we can.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. And I think there will be opportunity in the next months to actually have a real discussion about it where we have that as the topic and we can be more deliberate about it
Mhm.
as opposed to now where it's just sort of like here and there.
Well, we're kind of hashing over, a lot of stops and starts, and in the middle of all of it, we had a pandemic that kind of threw everybody off course. And it wasn't just open source voting, it was everything.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't unique to the Elections Commission. So I just think we have to be a little kinder about it because it has been and continues to be a very difficult challenge on many levels in every department in this city. I mean, people are still working at home and they want everybody in, and that hasn't even been solved. So don't even,
Yeah.
that's just one thing.
Okay. So, so are there any other things people would like to say before we open up to public comment? Okay, let's open it up to public comment on this item. This is Commissioner's Report number 8. Okay, there's no one in the room. So, first caller, unmuting you.
Yes, thank you. Just for the record, regarding the allegation of gaslighting, I've never alleged that Commissioner Bernholtz is in receipt of payola or direct payment from Microsoft. We do note that her group OSET was involved in the Los Angeles issue where we achieved $300 million for Los Angeles to move toward an open source system. And in the end, even though it was announced that they had an open source system accomplished, Open Source Initiative and Cavo and others clearly showed that they have never achieved an open source system, and the $300 million is gone. And OSET was directly involved with that. And unfortunately, Commissioner Bernholtz, I think, was on their board if she's not now. So that's when I talk about people recusing themselves, because that is a thinly veiled Microsoft attempt, OSET, Mitch Kapoor and other champions of proprietary software. Again, I think we're getting bogged down here in some of the past, and the public hopes that we can see clear of this issue and move forward in a proper fashion as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bernholtz, you have your hand up?
That's not true, Mr. Turner. And I'd appreciate it if the future, if you could just simply keep my name and Microsoft out of every comment you make, you would actually then not be gaslighting me. I served on the board of OSET. It was an uncompensated position, and I resigned significantly before joining the commission. This is just ridiculous. If you want to move forward, maybe you just drop this line and realize that we are actually all trying to move toward implementing an open source system. which at the moment, what the city and county needs doesn't exist. Thank you.
Can I, Deputy City Attorney Rusty, can I just ask you, are members of the public allowed to direct their comments at individual commissioners or?
That's generally not something that commissions or the Board of Supervisors would allow. So you can certainly, I know I've heard at Board of Supervisors meetings, the clerk frequently directs public commenters to direct their comments to the entire commission and not single out any specific member of the board.
Okay, so just everyone, just keep in mind not to direct your comments to specific individuals on the commission.
Or make unfounded claims about them. Members of the commission would appreciate it.
Okay. So let's move on to the next commenter.
Hello, this is Alec Bash again, and I'd like to start with the end of my last comments on a prior item. Thank you for your service, commissioners. I know you are all doing this as volunteers. We all do a lot of volunteering, and you are doing that at a high level, and I thank you for it. I think the fundamental issue here with open source is whether Director Arntz is supportive of the effort or not. Now, Voting Works is a nonprofit that started in the city. A former neighbor of mine who works in open source code and helped implement the Obama administration's healthcare program when it ran into tremendous problems, and he went into DC and helped to clear everything up. He knows one of the co-founders of Voting Works and has said that he's a very idealistic, public-spirited person trying to do something good for the country. And I think there's a fundamental question which Director Arntz is not addressed in his report on whether he supports an effort to move towards it. Has he done anything that would help this, or has he done things that would be a detriment to its happening? Has he worked with the Secretary of State to try to get them to smooth the way for some regulations that would help Voting Works to become accredited within California? Or has he been working at a staff level to make it more difficult for them to accomplish their goal of improving voting systems across the country? So that's a fundamental question which I don't expect to be answered here tonight, but which I would like you, the members of the commission, to consider as you look at whether the policies that you want to implement are being carried out by your director. I hope that they are. And as I said before, I think that Director Arntz has done a very good job running elections in San Francisco, which is a critical part of his job. But another important part of his job is responding to the policies that are set by the city. Again, this is Alec Bash. After 30 years with the city and continuing to do many public service activities in my, well, let's say, golden years of retirement from the city civil service system. Thank you for your service once again.
Okay, thank you. So next public commenter.
Hi there, this is Matt Rowe. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there, this is Matt Rowe with Voting Works. I'm just providing myself as available here, given the fact that there has been quite an amount of discussion about my organization and my previous history and involvement in this pilot program and previous commentary for the Elections Commission. Happy to answer any questions both about this subject or the previous one that we were discussing beforehand. I don't have anything necessarily to add to the conversation here, but please consider me available to answer any questions.
So Commissioner Hayden Crowley, this is your opportunity.
Well, I had asked, this is Commissioner Hayden Crowley. Thank you for calling in, Mr. Rowe. I had asked what kind of a budget there was in New Hampshire, and I also was asking if there was ever a contract with the city and county of San Francisco, and or an RFP, or whether or not you were an approved city and county vendor. So that's 4 questions, I'm sorry.
Mr. Rowe?
So
Oh, it looks like you got muted again, so let me do this again.
Yeah, sorry, it was telling me I could not unmute myself. I'll answer the first question with regards to New Hampshire. As President Jordanek was referring to, the program in New Hampshire this year was a pilot program. We generally, as part of both our voting system work and audit implementation work, do offer pilots at either a discounted, heavily discounted, or completely free of charge. In the context of New Hampshire, this was free of charge. Going forward, for future work in New Hampshire or in a similar circumstance, the jurisdiction would be expected to be purchasing that. In terms of a revenue model, yes, we do actually sell equipment and we do sell services like other voting system vendors. We are significantly less expensive. Our work in other states like Mississippi includes selling to a variety of jurisdictions as a full, complete vendor already. To the second question, with regards to San Francisco, we are a registered vendor with the city. We did the work to start the contracting process as this pilot program was being discussed earlier this year. However, given the fact that it ultimately was not approved, we did not complete the contracting process. And no, we have not responded to any RFP because there has not been an RFP issued that would be of relevance to us.
Okay, so you're a registered vendor and you were going through the contracting process, what, with OCA and then just pulled back? Or was that with the Department of Elections? I mean, who initiated the contracting process with you?
This was with the Department of Elections. I would have to review the specific contract language, but I was in communication with Director Arntz on that subject.
Oh, okay, all right. So there was potentially a contract there and you are an approved vendor. Okay. Okay, I mean, I know I have other questions, but the night is getting late and I'm not thinking clearly. So, but thank you. You've given me a lot of information.
Commissioner Levolsi?
Mr. Rowe, thank you for calling in. This is Commissioner Levolsi. I have a question about your system and why it isn't able to do ranked choice voting.
Sure. I think I would refer back to what Commissioner Jordanek said earlier. I think we are using the term cannot do ranked choice voting quite broadly in this context. If we think about the specific circumstances of this pilot, we had de-scoped the pilot to be really as palatable and easy to implement as possible for the city of San Francisco. What that looked like was a limited number of ballot marking devices in City Hall, which would just mark the ballots and not actually tabulate them. And thus far, and as a result, there's actually not there isn't the concept of tabulating RCV in that pilot program. And the work that needed to be done to support San Francisco was modifying the ballot marking interface to allow a voter to rank choice their contests on screen, as opposed to simply select one. As Commissioner Jordanek referred to, that's actually a very small and very limited effort and something we could easily support. We planned on doing so with the assumption that this pilot program would move forward. However, it did not, and therefore, given the fact that we do not support another jurisdiction right now that has the exact same requirement, we decided to deprioritize that work for now until it was necessary.
This is Commissioner Hayden Crowley again.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand what you were proposing for the city of San Francisco. It seems like you were proposing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, half a service on a ballot. So for example, if I was voting and I was voting at City Hall, I'd go in there and mark the ballot, and that you would have provided the technology for that in open source. Then what would have been done with the ballot? Would that then have gone through other machines or hand counted? I mean, how would that have worked in an RCV election?
That's a good question. I'm sure if you look through previous packets of the Election Commission going back to over a year ago at this point, you can actually see the history of the proposals of the pilot program. The original proposer of the pilot program did include more of a complete tabulation of the ballot, as one might expect from a voting system implementation. However, given feedback from the city, in an effort to make this as easy as possible to implement and to avoid as much and to make it as easy as possible for the city as well as the Secretary of State's office to approve, we decided purely to do a marking only effort. The specifics of how that would actually work included, if I recall correctly, I'd have to look at the pilot program plan once again, but if I recall correctly, it was a duplication of the ballot similar to how the elections division handles UOCAVA ballots today.
I'm sorry,
But
what kind of ballots?
Director Arntz could confirm that.
Similar to what kind of ballots?
UOCAVA overseas voters.
Oh.
Like that vote by fax machine.
Okay.
Now, I would like to just go on the record here that Voting Works is open to supporting a larger scope pilot program. This is not the specifics of this program were continually de-scoped and minified as we went along to make this as easy as possible to approve. And even with that, we still received resistance in the process, including from the Secretary of State's office.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if you had the support of Secretary of State and our Director Arntz, you could have a pilot that also includes choice voting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I know I'm not, that's not what you proposed. That's not what was rejected in the letter. Am I reading that right?
I'm responding to the previous question that if there was a pilot plan approved with support from Director Arntz and the Secretary of State's office for a more complete pilot program that include, we'll call it hand-marked paper ballots or extensive ballot marking devices and tabulation in an open source model, we would commit to performing the work and would agree to a contractual relationship even to complete this work. It's just we have been receiving resistance on this subject throughout the entire process.
I have one more question. Have you worked with any other jurisdictions in the state of California to try and do something comparable? I mean, there's lots of other jurisdictions. I just wondered, that don't all have RCV and, how that would work with the Secretary of State.
Commissioner, I just wanted to interject for a moment. Understanding the hour that it is, I would think it would behoove us, knowing that we have another agenda item, and I'm sure lots of us have lots more questions for Mr. Rowe. Perhaps we could propose having it be a separate agenda item for Mr. Rowe to come and present and answer our questions, particularly knowing that we are so new in terms of the commissioners and making sure all of us have the opportunity to ask all the questions we want.
I'll be very brief in response to that last question. We have a variety of interested jurisdictions. We put those jurisdictions on hold for this year's election as while we were awaiting a response from the Secretary of State's office for this particular pilot program, given the fact that the other jurisdictions did not want to necessarily be the first movers and also go through the same hurdles to get approval if it was ultimately going to be shut down. And what we saw was that it was being shut down, and therefore those other partner jurisdictions did not want to move forward, as is completely reasonable for them to feel that way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rowe, for being available to answer questions. So, yeah, so I think that would be a good time to move on to the next item. I don't see any other commenters. So let's move on to item number 9. Possible closed session regarding public employee appointment hiring, Director of Elections. The Director of Elections' current 5-year term expires at 12 a.m. on May 21st, 2023. The charter requires that the commission appoint a director for the next term at least 30 days before the expiration of the current term. SF Charter, Section 13104. At this meeting, the commission may decide either to appoint the incumbent director to an additional 5-year term or to engage in a competitive selection process in which the incumbent director may participate. Portions of this item may be held in closed session pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54957, and the San Francisco Administrative Code. So as I mentioned at the last meeting at the beginning, the fact that we're discussing this, it does not mean anything is bad. This is a normal process that is described in the charter. It's something that the commission is meant to do every 5 years. So I just want to, add that kind of introduction to this item. So I think we can just go ahead and proceed with the, well, do any commissioners want to make any comments before we open into public comment? So bullet A. Okay, so let's take A, public comment on all matters pertaining to this agenda item, including any comment pertaining to the Director of Elections selection appointment and or whether to meet in closed session. Yes, we're taking public comment on item number 9.
Hello, my name is David Schmidt. I am a volunteer with the California Clean Money Campaign that has been working to move forward with open source voting for San Francisco for the past several years. And we're really disappointed that the city did not come through with any results as a result of the $1.3 million that was appropriated 4 years ago. And we would like to urge you to go ahead and open a competitive selection process to consider applicants for Department of Elections Director. It's possible that there's somebody who's more committed to it and that may be more willing to get it going faster. We believe that there's a real need for open source paper ballot voting. It's become even more urgent after the 2020 elections to restore voters' confidence in vote counting. We're now in a situation across America where a quarter of the voters don't trust the vote counting system. This is a crisis, and open source voting is a potential solution to it. It's more secure, it's more trustworthy, and San Francisco, by moving ahead, could be a model for the rest of California and the rest of the nation if we can jumpstart this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Geis, and I'm also a member of California Clean Money. And first, I want to honor Director Arendt for 20 years of service as the Director of Elections here in San Francisco. So, honoring you. As the most technologically advanced city in the nation, we should lead the charge of getting corporately owned voting software out of our democracy. We are late to address the mistake of allowing corporations beholden to financial interests to be in any way responsible for the security of our votes. Public open source voting software better ensures the sacred systems that create a true democracy. As a state with the 4th largest economy in the world, we should invest in an open source system that can be shared with other cities and states. Private corporations should not be involved in the most precious and sacred part of our democracy. As a resident of San Francisco, I ask if you would please open a competitive selection process for elections director which would be a step forward in ensuring the integrity of our voting systems. Thanks.
Thank you.
This was the topic I really came here tonight to talk about. I'd like to say, I mentioned that I was a poll worker, actually inspector at the recent election, and I'd done that years and years ago, and it was vastly improved. I was so much better. I actually got home before midnight. I was home before 10:30, which I did not expect, because it used to take so long and everything ran much better. And I give credit to Director Arntz and the rest of the people who were involved in that for making that so much better. But moving to open source is really more important than who has a job, where or when. And we have to look at the need to reestablish public trust, which I think open source will do more, to the security that it offers, and the cost savings that it offers. I can also say, having worked with under deadlines with glitchy software and hardware that wasn't working right, I can understand some hesitance to give up something that is working pretty well. Director Arntz did speak very much about some of the things that did work about Dominion, and I can understand that. But that doesn't mean that it can't be reproduced. A lot of those technologies, those imaging things, they're pretty available and they're nailed down. So it can be reproduced, and we need to move to open source. So if that means we need to replace the director, then that's what we have to do. You guys would know him better. You work with him. If he really is willing to get on board with open source and help make this happen. We all need to make this happen, and the sooner the better. So, there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move to the commenters on the phone. First commenter. You're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. David Pilpel. Sorry, I was in 3 other meetings and events earlier. Anyway, this item is about director selection. I saw the detailed letter, and I hope you did as well, from the department managers. I read that a few minutes ago. It explains some of the complications in running fair, free, and functional elections, which Director Arntz has done for 20 years. Following the law, creating and executing procedures consistently, dealing with budget and personnel, all of this is very complex and difficult. In my opinion, this is not an entry-level position. Some want to make this about open source. I don't think it is about open source. If the city and the state choose to pursue that direction, the department will comply regardless of whoever is the director. I just think that it's important to have steady leadership at the department. I would, as I've said several times before, I would encourage you to reappoint Director Arntz for another 5-year term, and I'm not clear on how you're intending to proceed tonight, if you're intending to go into closed session and consider taking an action there, or if you're going to continue discussing this matter in open session. It would be helpful in crafting public comment to know that in advance, but I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next commenter.
Yes, hello again, Brent Turner, representing a coalition of approximately 50 groups on this particular issue. We were the folks with Open Voting Consortium that initiated the subject matter into the city when it was led by Tom Amiano and others, Chris Daly. nobody is saying that John Arnst is a bad person. We're trying to say we should open up the process to an executive search here. The things I've heard tonight, which I flippantly coined cheerleading for Dominion, I think is enough to show a predisposition toward the legacy system. There are moments where Director Arnst is interfacing with the Secretary of State and using buzzwords that are giving a misimpression to the Secretary of State, who is also challenged by her own charge of getting up to speed on this issue. So we're working on this on a lot of levels. I mentioned my association with former Director of the CIA, Jim Woolsey. He's attempting a conversation with the Secretary currently, and we're just all trying to move forward toward these better systems. To delay or to allow the director to go without review and without opening up to a executive search, I think does a disservice to the county, the state, and the country. And we need to think in very broad terms about our own personal duties here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next commenter.
Hello, this is Alec Bash again, and I thank you for devoting so much time to this topic and for all of your other meetings. I know how it is to spend a lot of time volunteering. This is a very difficult situation because Director Arnst has done a very good job of directing elections in San Francisco. However, he has done a very poor job of responding to the priorities that the mayor, the board, and the election commission have attempted to set. So this is a quandary because nobody wants San Francisco's elections to go to hell in a handbasket. So I can imagine this is very challenging for the commission to decide what to do. And I respect John Arnst very much for being the civil servant that he is, but he has not been responsive to the priorities that the higher-ups in the city have attempted to set, and that includes the election commission, which is a higher-up setting policy for the department. So having considered all this, I would encourage you to invite him to participate in a selection process, but not to simply go ahead and perfunctorily renew his contract. And again, I'm very reluctant to say this because as a former civil servant myself, I believe that people who do a good job in their jobs really deserve to continue in their position. But as I said, he's done a very good job in some respects, but has been going on his own path in the other, irresponsive to the policies that have been set by the city. So regretfully, that is my recommendation, and I urge you to not renew his contract, but rather to invite him to participate in the selection process and give him an opportunity to present how he would proceed henceforth if he were applying anew for the position. Thank you again for your service, and thank you, Director Arnst, for all of your good years of service to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again, Commissioners. Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign again. I'd like to comment on this item to encourage you to engage in a competitive selection process for the director, which I agree with the previous commenter that Director Arnst should definitely be invited to encouraged to participate in. We appreciate his long service and respect his capable running of San Francisco's elections. However, we do think it's important to open up such a competitive process, in part because he has not done as good a job supporting the commission's and the Board of Supervisors' longstanding policy to work towards an open source voting system. We have been working since 2018 with the commission, county supervisors, legislature to help obtain public funds to help San Francisco to pursue this goal, which the commission has repeatedly reaffirmed over the years as a major policy goal. In 2018, we successfully worked with then Budget Chair Malia Cohen to get $1.3 million from the supervisors dedicated to start building an open source voting system, as was just discussed before. At the same time, we worked with then Assemblymember David Chu and Senator Scott Wiener, amongst others, on AB 1784, the bill that would have provided $8 million in matching funds to help build that system. The supervisors and mayors endorsed the bill. A director that took seriously the idea of fulfilling the commission and supervisors' policy goals could have tremendously helped that bill's chances and use that $1.3 million to make major progress. Instead, what we heard from key legislative leaders as we were as sponsor of the bill and from the director himself in commission hearings was that he didn't want to help. He was not interested in helping develop an open source voting system, likely contributing to the bill's failure and therefore the commission's policy failure. Worse, the $1.3 million from the supervisors, he was supposed to be working with the Department of Technology to development of it, ended up being spent with no significant deliverables on even the start of a plan for developing an open source voting system. And then, as was also described, despite the tremendous opportunity that the county has to run a pilot program for an open source voting system, the director seemed far from enthusiastic in supporting that effort, which probably didn't help give the Secretary of State the confidence needed to at least conditionally approve the pilot. And then, of course, there's the issue about the director's transparency with the commission and the public discussed in item number 6. It's very disturbing that he wasn't forthcoming and transparent with the commission when information he provided you had changed, especially on something that the commission and the public showed very clear interest in. The commission and the public deserves better. Obviously, a director shouldn't be chosen, in summary, shouldn't be chosen solely so they will enthusiastically support a commission's policies, even as one as important as open source voting. But you owe it to yourselves in San Francisco to engage in a
Mr.
competitive
Lang, your
selection
time is up.
process.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, next commenter.
And I want to thank the Commission for putting in such a hard work year after year, working with the Department of Elections. I do have a question for the Commission. Have you had or have you considered reaching out to the employees of the Department of Election, whether they're permanent or temporary, to see what feedback you would get on working with a department director? And I would think that could be some of the underlying feedback that you could use in order to consider whether to extend the contract or not for the director. For someone who's participated in every single election since 2004, I'm obviously very much a proponent for getting feedback from people that work and make every election happen every year. And therefore, I think appointing a director is more than just choosing a voting system, which obviously can change from year to year. But the fact that, from my perspective, working for the department since 2004 and seeing a tremendous growth and changes, which obviously were vetted by the director, but also proposed by the employees, again, that brings the question to light whether employees can have at least feedback directly to the commission and suggest potential appointment of the next director. And obviously, I'm a proponent of definitely allowing our director to continue in the role that he is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So that concludes public comment for this item. So let's move on to item B, vote on whether to hear item 9C in closed session. So
I have
go
a
ahead.
quick question before we vote. I just wanted to ask the Deputy City Attorney if and folks may not agree with this request, but just, is it possible to hold a closed session as a special meeting sometime within the next 72 hours or within the Brown Act, understanding that it's almost 10 o'clock at night and, you know, we still have a significant amount to discuss? Is closed session as a special meeting an option?
Commissioner, yeah, under the current rules that are still, typically would require more notice, but under the rules that are currently in place because of the COVID emergency orders, a special meeting can be convened with 24 hours notice. It'd be better to give more notice than not to the public, but yes, it will be possible if the commissioners are available.
Thank you.
So are you suggesting something or did you want to make a motion?
I guess I wanted to know what the possibilities are so that we can have that discussion. I wanted to see how folks felt.
So I would propose that we go into closed session and try to have a brief closed session, because we tried to do this in open session last time and failed. We tried to do it in closed session a month before and failed. So I propose we have a brief closed session and talk about whatever we need to in closed session, and then come back in open session and conclude our topic.
I totally support that, and I'm certainly not trying to delay. If that's how it came up, that was not my intent. It's solely that I don't anticipate it being a brief conversation.
I have a question for the city attorney. Before we can make a decision about whether or not to open up the position, do we have an obligation to review Director Arndt's? I don't believe there was a review done. Am I correct on that? Because according to the bylaws or something that I read, Director Arndt's is supposed to have a review at the end of that fiscal year.
Commissioner, I don't think those things are, I don't think there's any requirement that those things be sequenced in any way, in that way. It's totally the policy decision up to the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
So may I move we go into closed session?
A second.
Okay, so is there any discussion on the motion before we take a vote? Okay, so President Giordanic, myself, I vote yes. Vice President Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bernholtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dye,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lavolsi.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, so at this point, we need to clear the room. Commissioners, do people want to have a chance to take a break for a few minutes, or do we want to just go right into it?
I'd personally prefer if we just go straight into it.
Okay, so let's clear the room. So on this, I think my understanding from the media people is that we need to put the WebEx in a practice session, which means that the audio is going to be shut off. So, yeah, and or sorry. No, the audio should still work. It's just that we won't be able to do the recording. So that's where I was hoping you could do the voice memo. So I'm going to put this into stop the recording. Okay. All right, oh, and then is the microphone on? Oh, the closed session thing. Oh, this part. Okay, everyone, the time is now 11:29 p.m. and we have reconvened into open session. So to report the action taken, we voted to open up a competitive selection process and to invite Director Arns to participate. And the vote was 4-2 with Commissioners Hayden Crowley and Commissioner Bernholtz as dissenting. So we're going to give people a chance to comment after this, but let's first do our discussion and vote on whether we want to disclose any portion of the closed session to the public. So would anyone like to make a motion on that? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion?
I didn't hear the motion. Was it a yes or a no for disclosure?
No, the disclosure.
Not to disclose.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there,
Is the motion not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting? We already shared who voted which way.
Just the vote.
well, I guess it could technically be to disclose any portion that we have not already disclosed, if you want to be.
Okay.
So is there any additional discussion?
So I would like to make some comments about.
Well,
we have a motion.
yeah.
But I think, oh,
No, my question
we
is, would voting yes on this prevent me from making comments?
No,
Okay,
we can have
good.
more. Okay, so okay, President Drudonic, I vote yes. Vice President Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bernholtz,
Yes to not disclosing.
Commissioner Dye,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley,
yes, we do not disclose.
Commissioner Livolsi.
Yes to not disclosing.
Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. Yes, so if any commissioners would like to make any kind of comments, this is a good time to do so.
Yeah, so I would just like to say that for me, this is very much about an opportunity for the city of San Francisco to do a broad search and see who's out there, and look at what the talent is available to the city after 20 years of not doing that. That it is about taking action on the city's racial equity plan, which means at least holding out the possibility of a role that is in leadership, and giving people an opportunity to compete for that. It is about having enough time to have an equitable process to allow, candidates of all stripes to put their hats in the ring. And we hope and expect that Director Arntz will be one of those candidates, and that we can have a fair and equitable process.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dye. Anyone else? Okay, so let's move on to item number 10, selection and hiring process for Director of Elections position. Discussion and possible action regarding the selection and hiring process for the position of Director of Elections, including the funding and process to select an executive recruitment firm, as well as the possibility of creating a committee to assist with the selection and hiring process. So on this item, Deputy City Attorney Russi, do you think you could provide some guidance as to what is sort of the minimum we need to accomplish here if we wanted to?
Sure. Well, it's sure. So the commission has options available to it. You could create a committee of commissioners who would be responsible for making some decisions as the process goes along. You could assign that if you create a committee, all the committee's meetings are open to the public, so you have all the same noticing and agenda requirements. You could assign certain tasks to individual commissioners. Like, for example, it sounds like because the commission wants to move quickly here, one commissioner could be in charge of contacting DHR to let them know of the commission's decision here and ask them to put out a request to the pool of search firms for proposals on this, on like how you want to, how they would handle the process. I don't, or you could wait to do that in your December meeting if you'd like to, if you need more time to discuss. I don't know that there is a prepared job announcement for this position because it has been so long since it's been available. That's part of what, once the search firm is selected, they'll obviously, you'll need to approve that job announcement in some form. But in order for DHR to put, to request proposals from the search firms, I believe they said they would need some information from you all about, you know, like sort of what kind of search you'd be looking for and what kind of candidates you'd be looking for. So if you want to move really quickly, you could have one of the commissioners after this meeting contact Sean Sherburne from DHR and get that process moving.
Okay, so I guess it's, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like one of the first steps in the process would be, you know, selecting the firm. And that's a decision that needs to be made.
Seems like the first step of the process is securing the funding.
Contact DHR. Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Gotta call DHR and then find out.
sorry, I guess what I meant was the first sort of point that requires a commission agreement, I guess. The, like, we have to act as a commission to select the executive firm, is that correct? I mean,
That's generally, I think, how commissions have done this in the past. They'll review the proposals that are submitted and pick the one that they think is best in terms of the responsive to the needs that the commission thinks are important for their search.
so, I mean, we could, given that, and this only assumes that there is funding, but if we get funding, then one of the steps in the process would be we would need to select this firm. And you would work with DHR to, you know, you kind of weigh what's important. And we could decide that as a commission, we could delegate that responsibility to a committee, or we could delegate that responsibility to an individual. And of course, each process takes, I'm just paraphrasing what you said, takes, you know, it can be quicker or longer. So
What about a task force?
There's no difference. You call it a task force.
No, like, for example, you know, Commissioner Levolsi and I have been working informally to just, you know, do brainstorming to prepare these educational sessions on redistricting. So it's not an official committee. We've just been.
Yeah, you can't get around the Sunshine and Brown Act by sort of calling it something informal. Like if it's an understanding that two of you are going to work together on something and it's like discussed here at a meeting, then it's basically a subcommittee, and there would at least be a pretty strong argument that those meetings would be subject to all the requirements of the Brown Act. So,
but if it was delegated to a single person and like a person and I'm not advocating for this position, but like if we delegated it to a single person, that person could choose to consult with someone if they wanted to.
As long as you're not consulting with a quorum of the commission.
Yeah. So, okay, so
So that's what we've been doing.
May I ask though, I don't have a strong feeling about whether it's a commission or two folks or one person, but I would ask that whichever body does it, they're not acting unilaterally, and that their role is to provide a recommendation to the full commission. So maybe it isn't necessarily, you know, like, I don't think it needs to be a intensive process of us having a long 5, 7 hour commission meeting, but I think it would be more transparent for the public if that person or that 2 people or that committee can provide an explanation as to why they are recommending a certain direction. That's my one ask as it pertains to that.
City Attorney, do we have to do an RFP for the search
Now,
firm? It's pre-selected?
the DHR has a pool of firms that are pre-approved. And what they'll do is they'll send like a mini solicitation to the pool for proposals on how, for this search.
Okay.
So that's like a kind of the first decision I think that you all would need to make is of the proposals that DHR at the pool submit, that we get from the pool, then you pick which one best suits the commission's needs in terms of the search.
So I would just say that you probably won't get that many responses. You'll get a few. I mean, I don't think the
There's only
pool's that
5.
big.
I think there's
Yeah.
only 5.
So you probably will have enough if you are to move on it and, you know, you've got holidays. But if you wanted to make a selection by the next meeting, what you need to do is get on the stick with DHR and have them get the bids in or whatever, and then you take a look at them. Now, simultaneously, you're going to have to get funding. So if you don't get funding, you can't really move forward, but you have to do both concurrently. So I would say that your goal would be to talk to yeah, our goal would be to have those bids in hand by the December meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would recommend having a hiring committee just to have a smaller number of people focused on it. And we can choose to delegate some decisions to the hiring committee and others we could ask for them to make recommendations to the full commission, but it'll be a little more agile.
Can we have the committee meet in public though? Because I think that's
If we have a committee, we have to meet in public.
Yeah, just as long as the committee is 3
Yeah,
plus.
Exactly.
And not like the kind of pseudo
Right.
type committee.
I think a committee of 3 would be reasonable.
Okay, and then, all right, so then we would want the committee to come back to the full commission with a recommendation and a firm that we would then vote on as a body. Okay,
That was mine. I
With the
don't
goal in December, are you going to
Not
pick
the
the committee?
well, so let me just ask, because this is related, because I think you communicated with me, is there anyone that cannot attend our regularly scheduled December meeting? What's that?
I thought we were moving the December.
Well, that's what I want
Oh, I can attend it.
to, okay,
I have problems with other dates. I put all this stuff in my calendar.
so,
I'll be out of the country.
yeah, basically I'm asking if there's a time where, I want to see if we can find a time where all of us can meet, including Commissioner Levolsi. So would you be available, or would people
What
be
date are you considering?
the second Wednesday of December?
Yeah, I could do that.
The 14th.
Is that the date, the 14th?
I
don't have a calendar.
It's a Wednesday.
I actually have another board meeting. I
could do it.
Commissioner Bernholz, can you do the second Wednesday in December? Yes. And then Commissioner Levolsi? Yes. Okay. And then, I'm sorry, can someone just tell me what the date was? It was the 14th? Okay.
But I'm not sure that Commissioner Stone can do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting.
I just need to look at my email.
It's the 14th.
Just look. I'm 99%, yeah. I'm on another board. And it depends what time. 4:30 on 12/14, I have another board meeting that I'm leading the meeting on. So I won't be able to do that, unfortunately.
Okay.
I could do the 13th.
Is this room available? Is
Well,
everybody else
so,
available?
so what I can do is I could just work offline on the scheduling
Yeah.
if the easiest date doesn't work, but, and plus, okay, when are you departing? Well, you don't have to.
We can do this up.
Yeah, we'll do this offline. So,
I'm just trying to make light.
Okay, so we'll plan on that. Would someone like to make a motion to form a hiring committee? Is that something that people would like to do? We're going to have our
I
meetings.
think you, as president, can just appoint anyone you want to the hiring
Uh,
committee.
well, under the bylaws, it does say that the commission would vote to form a new committee. And then the president would appoint the members of the committee,
Okay.
but
I move that we form a hiring committee of 3 commissioners, that we can move more efficiently on this.
I second the motion.
Yeah, it needs to be 3. Okay. So let's open it up to public comment on this item. We need to take public comment before we can take a vote. So
I also have another motion I'd like to make. So just FYI.
okay, sounds good. Is there anyone online that would like to make a comment? I see a lot of people logged in here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, so is there any further discussion before we take a vote? Okay, so President Jordanic, I vote yes. Vice President Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bernholtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dye,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowellsy.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Bernholtz, you said you wanted to make a motion?
I would like to move that when contacted by the media, commissioners can refer media to a designated set of other commissioners to talk to the media so that we can manage the messaging of this. And I'd suggest President Jordanic, Commissioner Dye, and Commissioner Olvolsi.
I'm sorry, who was the third that you said?
Commissioner Olvolsi.
That's me.
So just to understand your motion, are you saying that basically authorizing 3 people to speak on behalf of the commission, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I see.
I don't recommend that.
Yeah, I mean, we've done that in the past.
Okay.
On topics.
I just want to check. I'm not agreeing that I should be one of them, but okay.
Well,
Feel
well, you
free to
could-
say
you
that.
could-
You could definitely do not want
you
to
could
be
just
the.
decline, but I'll probably.
Well, yeah, there's discussion after a second.
Was there a second?
I'll second it, but I would like to hear what Commissioner.
Well, I just would recommend that you streamline the process and just pick 1 or 2 of you because one is the main spokesperson and one is a backup because it just gets confusing. You all want to be on the same page. So it could be you 2 or, well, Chris should, the president should be one of the spokespeople.
That should be one of them.
I motion Commissioner Dye and Commissioner
Wait,
and President Jordanic.
There's a motion on the floor, so we have to.
Okay.
We have to.
vote.
I can amend my motion to make it Commissioner Dye and President Jordanic.
Can we, Commissioner Olvolsi, would you want to be a spokesperson before we amend this? And are you both open to being the spokespeople before we?
My
hate to serve.
concern is that I need to be available at all times to answer calls, and due to my full-time position, that I may be limited because I am often in meetings and not able to pick up the phone. And so that's just the reality. But I could serve as a backup.
I mean, I think if your name is included, that wouldn't require you to comment. It just means if you wanted to, you could. I think is
Okay. But I also think it is important to have a consistent message. And once you get more than one person giving that message, it's no longer consistent.
You're correct. And I would recommend to the folks who will serve as communicators to identify 3 messages, 30 words or less and I can brief you on how to do that.
We do have an expert amongst us, right?
Commissioner Dye, would you be open to also participating? What are your thoughts? And President Jordanic?
Yes. Okay, so was that, you did make a motion that's unchanged, and then Vice President Stone, you did second that then?
Oh, sorry, did you amend it, Commissioner Bernholz?
Yeah, amended to be Commissioners Dye and Jordanic.
Okay,
Second.
okay. So any further discussion before we take a vote? Okay, then we'll take the roll call. President Jordanic,
Did we
My
do
s-
public comment?
we've already did on this item, yeah. I vote yes. Vice President Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bernholz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dye,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden Crowley,
Yes.
Commissioner Levolsi.
Yes.
Okay, great. Motion passes unanimously. I think that covers the main things. I don't know if there's anything else that is critical. Do you know? Can you think of anything?
Well, sorry, are you intending to convene a meeting of the subcommittee like very quickly, or is someone going to reach out to DHR like this week or next week?
I think we should, and I don't think that would require a vote. I mean, it's kind of,
President of the
No, I
committee.
just think you don't have to vote on it, but you might always want to.
yeah, no, I will reach out to DHR, quickly, and then I can be in touch with, I can schedule a meeting.
Right, and I don't know whether you want to appoint the people to the subcommittee here now so that that's clear.
Yeah, so who would like to serve on the committee?
May I make a suggestion before we make that decision? If you're open to it and others can volunteer otherwise, but since we have to do them in parallel, are you and Commissioner Dye open to starting that process, and then perhaps at the next meeting, once we have confirmation that we have budget and we've kind of been able to open start the down the road, that we can then form a more formal committee? Or is that just a nuisance? It's just, we don't even know.
Just the question is whether you could wait until the next meeting to assign the members of the committee. I
Yeah,
don't see any
until
reason
we
why
know
you can't do
that.
that.
Yeah, well, and also, can the membership can be changed at any time, is that right? Or,
Yeah, you could change the membership.
so, I guess maybe what I was asking is, while we're here, would people like to express whether they would possibly be interested, or we don't need to do that today,
I'm
but
not interested.
you're interested.
But
I'm not interested.
Okay. Are you interested?
Sure.
Vice President Stone, are you interested?
Potentially.
Okay, great. That's what I needed to know. Okay,
Commissioner Levolsi, you got her right.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I took notes on that one. Anything else?
Yes. Are you going to give Director Arntz a call? Yeah, I know he may be listening to this, but I do think that that's the respectful thing to do.
Sure, I can give him a call. Yeah, I'll give him a call tomorrow. And just communicate what we've all, the sentiment that we all agreed on. So is there anything else before we move on to the next item? Okay. Let's move on to item number 11, agenda items for future meetings. Discussion possible action regarding items for future agendas. I think is that your hand up, Commissioner Bernholz, or were you just?
Yeah, no, that was my hand. We need to have some item around the secretary position.
Yes.
It's December, so we need to start planning for the annual report and for Director Arntz's performance report.
Right. Okay. Anything else? So let's,
Actually did have something else. I was going to suggest that we invite Matt Rowe to come and speak and answer. And it doesn't necessarily need to be the next meeting. It could be January, but a future meeting. And so we can prepare ahead of time and people can read and prepare a set of questions that we can ask him.
okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
I don't think it should be next.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we streamline the agenda for the next several meetings? Because you've we've taken on a lot here, and I think that's going to consume a lot of time. So some of these things that might seem really important, if they can be put on the back burner, if the priority is to address what we voted on tonight. And maybe we could kind of identify what those priorities are and kind of rank them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally hear that. The one thing I feel, which I'm sure will resonate with everyone, is we should not drop redistricting as a priority in that context.
And I would suggest that for December, we just talk about how we want to move forward on that.
Yeah.
And not have any speakers or anything
That
like
was
that.
Right.
Just have a
I think open source voting is going to probably take a back seat for until the
Yes.
issue of the
Yeah,
director
that's
is resolved.
Yeah. So, right. So basically, it's all the things around hiring a new commission secretary, around the selection process and performance evaluation and redistricting. And that's pretty much
Yeah.
it, I think, unless anyone else
Right.
has.
Did you need to make a decision on this TAC thing, or is that?
No, that can wait.
Good.
Okay, so let's I'm kind of flagging too. Did I already open it up to public comment on this item?
Do we have to?
Do you need a motion to adjourn?
You need to take public comment on this item, but I don't think you said that yet.
Yeah. Okay, let's open it up to public comment on this item. Let's see. I see one person. So, okay, you're unmuted now.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi. Thank you so much for all your hard work and working till the late hours of the night, of course. I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of things that are coming up for the upcoming few elections, and it seems like the commission is set on its own agenda for open source voting, but there are other things that are happening. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we're only 8 days away. We're only 8 days past the election, and surprisingly, the commission is really occupied with how to move forward with other voting systems and with other tasks, which is a good sign for San Francisco, especially when if the election did not go well in terms of functions, this commission meeting would have been very different, and the commissioners would have been tasked with how to fix elections. And I'm glad that we're not in that position. But with that being said, with Prop H passing, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I just want to make sure the commission knows that the budget cycle does start in December as well and is aware of that.
Thank you. That's, if I may say so, I think those are excellent comments because you reminded us of some things. So thank you. Yeah, he raised some excellent points. We do need to review the election, so that's something that's pretty important. And also, the budget needs to be proposed in, is it, Deputy City Attorney Rossi, is it in late January that gets proposed?
Yes, the commission will need to hold two budget meetings, right? There's an initial meeting that must be held concerning the department's priorities, and then there's a second meeting that has to be held to actually approve the department's budget.
But I mean, when would the department create the department's
They
budget?
don't get the mayor's mayor's budget instructions come out in December, and so then the department responds to that. And I think that the first meeting is usually like sometime mid-January.
Okay. So the reason I'm raising this is there has been some interest on the commission and Vice President Stone in basically talking about the commission's budget. And if we do want to have that discussion, it's going to have to be next month because January is when that would be put in writing. So is that something that we want to discuss in this?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we do have some things for next month, but they're all important things. So,
So you'll work on the scheduling component of it for the meeting?
yes, yes. Okay, everyone, really appreciate you sticking it out. It's actually exactly midnight right now. I want to thank everyone for the time you spent this evening, all the public commenters, Deputy City Attorney Russi, thank you very much for being here. Director Arntz, who was here earlier. So everyone have a wonderful rest of the night.
We make a motion to adjourn?
Motion's not necessary.
Okay.
So meeting is adjourned.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.